Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of Mukluk Streams. I'm your charming, self-proclaimed, yet still humble host, Mukluk. And today, we are back in the wonderful world of Guild Wars 2. Which is Tyria, by the way, did you know that? Hello there. Xmas says, this new intro? Yes.
New opening credits.
Yes, seems new music. It's more than new music. Although, we kept some of the clips. We gotta... Well, you can rewind the stream if you want to watch the whole thing. But yeah, it's there's a bunch of new stuff in it. We redid the intro. Flying Dolyak still made it in. Yeah, Flying Dolyak was too good to leave out. Good day and happy Xmas. You as well, X4. Thank you. Welcome. First time seeing the new intro. First time seeing the full intro. Love it. Glad you love it, Benchy. We've had the new one for, I think, less than a week now. Not that long. Hey, Mug Chat. Hi, Rennie. I see you. Bro, I've seen you using a lot of your tutorials. Thanks for that. Gabe, you're very welcome, Gabe. Glad that you enjoy my content. Thank you. Hey, Mugga Chat. Hey, Goddess, I see you. Now with KFC Daddy Goodness. Yes, the KFC dating simulator scene did make it in there. How was your Christmas? It was good. It was good. Boy is out there playing with some of his new Legos right now.
Merry Chrysler Muck.
Chrysler? Yeah, Merry Chrysler, yes. Thank you, Nero. I appreciate the sub. Magnacore as well. Thank you guys for the support. Hi, Muck and Early Crowd. Hey, Bozer. Good morning. Let's see. We are now currently on the EU servers of Guild Wars 2, land of the healthcare, home of not burgers. Gonna be hanging out with the EU crowd right now. Do some stuff with them. Smooth like... I'll head back to Burgerland later this evening. Yeah, I stayed up past my bedtime last night, chat. I am tired. I was just completely hooked in Dyson Sphere program. And it was like, you know, one of those moments in gaming where it's like, you're playing, you blink, it's 2 a.m. and you're like, oh crap. It's just like so engaging. It was really hard to tear myself away. Let's see, one more. You blink 3 days later? Yeah. DSP has that effect? Yeah, it does. Not burgers? Where do you think Hamburg is? Yo, look, all I'm saying is, between EU and the US, only one of those two continents has a reputation for getting fat off hamburgers, and it's not Hamburg. What JV spot's the most profitable to park? Let's see. That is a video on my daily routine, which includes the spots where I park characters, and also it includes a link to the Fast Farming community page that has a list of all the park spots if you don't like the ones I use. Really enjoying your DSP playthrough. Any chance you'll play it on one of your morning streams? Not sure. I'm very, very much loving
Come on and slam
playing
and welcome
DSP.
to Japan, kids. It's time for tentacles.
I am enjoying it greatly. However, during the we kind of already have in the schedule during the morning stream. On Tuesdays, I play Guild Wars 2, and on other days, we're currently working on Warhammer Rogue Trader, and I'm very eager to get back into that as well. So I don't want to. Words are difficult. Give me a second. I wouldn't want to pause one of those for that. T says, have you ever felt enraged by any of the adventure games in Hot? Teehee, I'm gonna be honest, I have not done those. I've done each of them like at least one time. Some of them I've done them many times to try to get the gold for various achievements, but I haven't really. I don't enjoy them, so I haven't spent tons of time on them. No. This is a rough week for getting out of bed and going to work. Even for me, and I've got such a long commute. Tell you what. Selling some of the stuff that's overflowing in my bags. Hey, Micah Chat. Hi, Warhaven. Good morning. I'm going to bed early today. Is that the sun? Yeah, Spielmans. Yeah, Factorio, Heroes of Might and Magic, Age of Wonders 4, all of those did that to me. This is just the latest in a long line. Hey, Lady Mirkwood, thank you for the resub. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Overflowing on carrots. Wow, 5 gold a stack. Nice. Been just getting these for my home instance. So there's 15 gold right there. 16. Let's see. That should be somewhat sufficient. And I need to sell these like oils and stuff. I know that feeling. It was a drag to leave bed today. Yeah, it was difficult. I was, you know, I just enjoy my job so much.
Look, I've got data. Woo!
I just enjoy my job so much.
It'll be useful to someone.
It was difficult to tear myself away from overtime last night. Dyson Sphere program overtime. Couldn't stop. Okay. Oysters are overflowing. Also from the home instance. These aren't worth nearly as much as the carrots, though. Ah, okay. Alright. And let's zoom out and go to Rada. Good morning, Muck. Hey, Lordberry, what up? Yeah, the adventure games in, I don't know, I don't know that I've ever really found an adventure game that I loved in this game. I do remember there was one in Hot where you had to, like, shoot targets, and I had to change to, what was it, Action Cam to beat it. Like, I didn't even have a hotkey for Action Cam. But I had to change to, I had to make a hotkey for Action Cam and then change to Action Cam in order to beat that. And I never did that again. I hate playing with Action Cam. Silliman says, important announcement. In my dream, I turned into an agile Danny DeVito and delivered eggs to people. PSA over. Nice. That is going to be a core memory. Remember that one. Some of the adventures are really painful. I wonder if the devs even managed gold on them. Not sure. I do remember one that I did over and over and over and over and over and over and over because I was trying to get gold on it. I think it was to get the to get Herda. It was like a race underneath the Auric Basin city, like underneath the Octovine city. There was like a chamber and there was a race where you had to like run and jump and climb to the top. And I ended up failing that like many, many times before I finally got it. Sanctum Scrambler, that might have been it. So when I think of like the adventure that I had, it took me the most attempts. I think of that one first. Do you mean the Marine Chamber? That's a tough adventure. That might have been it. I love Action Cam, can't do anything with that without it. That's totally fine, but that's just like, I almost never play games with controller. But there are some people that are extremely used to that, and that's fine. I'm just basically crippled with that. Did we have a good Christmas? Yeah, we had a good Christmas. We got all our family visits out of the way on the days leading up to Christmas. So on Christmas Day, we just stayed home the whole day. And honestly, it was great. Yeah, we just chilled at home. Made some simple food here. Opened presents. Vegged out. It was my kind of day. Hi, Isla, I see you. How you doing? Yeah, to the person that was asking me about the daily gold routine a few minutes ago, what I'm doing right now is actually part of it. I do this every day. This whole process takes about 12 minutes. And I do this every day, even on the days that I don't like sit down and actually play Guild Wars 2. Because this is where most of my money comes from. Because this helps me fund the ability to do giveaways to chat like every single Tuesday. Sounds like, Loreberry says, sounds like our plans. My family always tries to get together outside of the actual holiday times because we don't want to deal with travel during it. I'm struggling to play Guild Wars 2 some days. Too much to do, so I get nothing done. That's fair. It's a busy time. I love Guild Wars 2. It's still my #1, but there's been a lot of good games that came out, and I've been really enjoying trying different things. Like the other day, Mini Healer. That was a lot of fun. It took like... It took, I don't know, 7 hours to clear the game, and then, you know, we unlocked the infinite content, which is just like a roguelike mode. And you can play that as much as you want, but I really enjoyed binging that. Currently in the middle of, what are we in the middle of that I'm looking forward to playing again? Dyson Sphere and Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. Both of those. Very eager to jump back into those as well. Season's greetings, sir. You too, Speedy. Lorray says, any news on Against the Storm? I think you mentioned trying to reach out for a sponsor. No response yet. I worried that they may be gone for the holidays, so I might have to wait till they get back. So it might be a week or more before because I told the agency that handles my stuff, I was like, look, if they say no, tell me, because I'm going to buy a copy and play it anyway, but they don't need to know that. So I'm waiting on a word back, either good or bad, because I will play it. I am interested, but that's where I'm at right now. Reinhold, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome back. Appreciate the support. 8 months. Thistledown says, fast farming actually leaves off my favorite all-parking spot, the vault in Fort Aspenwood. Great loot, but unfortunately you're on fire the entire time you're there if the meta isn't finished. But my mech keeps me healed long enough to harvest and log out. You're on fire the entire time. I don't know if I know that spot.
Strength to Ox by becoming the Ox.
Shut up, Norm. I don't even care. Teehee says, recently I made the move from NA to EU. Was wondering if I could still play with my guildmates at PvE from NA. No. NA and EU, they have the same economy. They can trade stuff together. They can use the same trading post. They could be in the same guilds. They can whisper each other, but they cannot see each other in any game mode. Like, you could both be in the guild hall and you will not see one another because you're on different servers. You could both be in, in World v World, it will be different servers. You'll never be on the same one. PvP, raids, whatever, you will not see them. You'll be on different instances. So you can still be social with them, but that's about where it ends. Hello, chat. Hi, Fox. How the holidays treating you? Good. Hey, good. Just did Christmas, and we'll have New Year's soon, and then I'll make myself take down the Christmas tree. See, I feel like you can leave your Christmas tree up until January 1st, and then you become like, a trailer park person. If you leave it up until January 2nd, you're like a trailer park person that leaves their lights up year round. But up until then, it's safe. It's safe. That's how I feel. What was the ominous present that Boy had prepared for you? Dude, it was nothing. It was actually nothing. It came up to me and gave me like a pat on the head. And I was just like, wow. Some people leave it up to February. Yo, some people leave it up year round. 24/7. I can literally hear Mug getting canceled right now by everyone who lives in a trailer park community. Hey, I come from a long line of trailer park people, so you know, I'm allowed to say it. Giga Chad did a Pat IRL. Yeah. Dude, I told him, I was like, look, man, if you'd gotten me nothing, that would have been totally fine. But the fact that you told me you were going to get me something, you're like, hey, I got something for you. I hope you like it. And then the next day you just came up and gave me like a head pat. I was like, I'm going to be honest. I was pretty disappointed in that. I was like, you had me intrigued. My hopes were up a little bit. And yeah, it's kind of bummed me out. And he's like, oh, sorry. Jeez. Keep it up for the 12 days of Christmas. The 12 days of Christmas. The 12 days of Christmas where you give someone like 140 birds. Those 12 days of Christmas. Muck's really strict on Christmas tree judging. I think the 6 or so is okay. My favorite is when someone has like those big plastic skeletons in their yard for Halloween. And then for Christmas, they just tweak the skeletons so it looks like the skeletons are hanging up Christmas lights. So they don't have to take the skeletons down. You guys seen those? And, yard decoration, skeleton, Christmas lights. Let me see what comes up. Ah, perfect. Like this. Get one of those 20-foot skeletons from Home Depot and then just make it look like it's putting up Christmas lights. Boom. You can leave that up for like 3 months. You can leave this up for 3 months and everyone's just like, yeah, okay. All right, that's fair. That's great. It is. Hope you're ready for nothing.meme. Yeah. So it's my event timer. Yeah, it is. Drakkar. Let's see if people are still doing Drakkar. It might be too late. Let's see if he used doing a slow Drakkar. Watch your guide recently. Working on Return to Achieve a legendary amulet and a lot of living world map metas are so dead, like the oil flows. What's going on? Hey, Layate. Okay, so I mentioned this in a pinned comment under some of those videos. All right, so the oil flows. What was that? Thunderhead Peaks. Season. Is this season 3 or 4? Thunderhead. Where? There it is. Volatile. Season 4. Thunderhead Season 4. So, basically, each day in the daily thing, there's a daily Living World Season 4. Today's Domain of Istan. And a daily Living World Season 3. And today's Bloodstone Fen. So, those 2 zones will be more active than their others for that day. So, for example, each day, if you just log in and check this and look for the Thunderhead Peaks to be the daily one, then there will be more people there that day. So, and that goes for any of the stuff for Aurora or Vision or Season of the Dragons. If you're trying to find a specific thing. Let's see. Drakkar, possibly already done. Iceberg Saga, Biora. That's already done. And what's this? Oh my god, what? Giveaway fuel. Here, stabilized matrix you made for a daily fractal. I'll just say thank you. What is going on? Oh, it's for, motivation. More runs, Dragon Daddy. Wouldn't be a giveaway without it, Butter. Oh my god. Guild invite should go to the Discord. What is this? Yuletide Quaggan Stream Joy. In the shimmering lights amidst the cheer, the Yuletide Quaggan's drawing near. Here's a token bright and gleam for your joy, fulfilling your streaming dream. With smiles wide and laughs agleam, Yuletide Quaggan beams in esteem. Sharing joy within your stream, because I like you, it's a gleaming beam. Wow. Okie dokie. Okay, I'll read the others in a bit. Let's see. What's another one? Ether Blade Assault is starting. Advance on the Blinding Towers. Alright, let's take a look. Let's take a look. People usually do the oil flow ones with meta trains, not specifically staying on the map. You can use event timer stuff to see... Like, there's oil flows right there. So you can watch that from time to time, too. Just pop in and check the group finder when people are there. Morning, Muck. Morning, Liz. How you doing? I'm still waking up. I think the 6 or so is okay. I was talking about, like, how long to leave the Christmas tree up. You could leave it up for even longer. Tell people the skeleton is now taking the lights off. Just put, like, a cardboard arrow that's pointed the other way, like they're coming off now. Let's see. Wait, no. End of Dragons. Satan. Meta. Let's try this one. Exclamation. If you want to join the squad I'm in, I'm on EU. That's the one I just joined, though. Don't need that right now. Redeem Muck 5-year. Hold on. I can turn redeems on. Alright, it's done. Be good. What is happening? Oh my goodness. I hate Christmas music. I was a good boy. Ah, this is worse. Come on, guys. I feel attacked. Oh my god, Jen, it's rave time! Olga says, hello from the Philippines. Hello from the colonies! Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Don't have any specific plans for this stream. Just kind of hanging out after Christmas. My kid's still on holiday break, so he might pop in from time to time. Yo, he gets like half December off for his winter break. I do not remember getting like 2.5 weeks out of school when I had winter break. How do you beat the dragon meta event? Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? What dragon meta event? Which one?
Look what these sky scoundrels have done. Master works late every night. He's earned what he has. I'm sure even you would understand the value of hard work. I'll return the rest of this.
The Dragon D's Nuts event. Oh my god. Is that a parody, Incandescent?
There's more of them.
A parody's nuts? Merry Christmas, you as well. Squad's growing a little bit. Got a few more people here. Is it still Christmas in America? No, it's day after. No, the time change isn't that large. But I can still say Merry Christmas if I want to. It's Christmas until New Year. There you go. Boy, I knew you guys were slow, but not that slow. We're slow. Okay, mister, still trying to get to the moon. Okay, alright. Fun fact, is it still Christmas in some EU countries? Netherlands, for example, has second Christmas today. Second Christmas. Yes, we've had first Christmas, but what about second Christmas? Oh, there's my Christmas gift. Penumbra subbed. Thank you, Penumbra. Welcome.
In addition to the old Canine restoration project.
Merry Christmas, you too, chicken. Netherlandians are hobbits confirmed. I mean, I didn't say it. You said it. It's okay, I can say that. I have healthcare. Now I'm just imagining a European, like, you can't say hobbit, that's our word. How dare you? I managed to get two of my friends like yours too recently. They were amazed how good the game is. Nice! You've corrupted another one. Merry Christmas, my little calzone. Thank you, Sherlock. Appreciate the bits. Corrupt more people? Yes. Show them my Why Play Guild Wars 2 video. That'll get them.
But for now, we must make haste.
Tick tock.
I'm changing back to a support build. The upcoming fights, it's not bad to be a healer on.
Device. I wonder what exactly. Analyzing. Object identified as hovercraft transport. Initiate jailbreak feature.
Can you name 4 countries beginning with a V?
Hot wiring in progress.
Venezuela.
Device unlocked. One moment while I delete the evidence. I hope this doesn't get Master into trouble. Cache. Jailbreak.
I can name 1 country that begins with a V off the top of my head.
Application not found. Nothing to see here. I'll take this and meet you.
Virgo Islands? the Virgin Islands? Vatican? Vatican is... That's a capital, isn't it? That's just like the Pope's house. If the Vatican's a country, I truly didn't know that. Vietnam? Ah, Vietnam. Yeah, I didn't think about Vietnam in that moment. Vatican is considered a country. Legitimately, I didn't know that. You taught me something. Vabby? Yes. The most well-known V-word country in the world, Vabby. Zimbabwe? I feel like I should have remembered Vietnam, but it just didn't come to me in that moment. These other things, I don't know about these. Like Zimbabwe of America. Not sure if those are real. Veil come a spirit. Because you only know it as Nom.
Quiet.
That was the wrong generation, man. It's okay, Mike. The U.S. only recognizes 3 countries: Vanuatu. I've never heard of that. Venezuela and Vietnam. Those second and third one I've definitely heard of. Venezuela was fresh in my mind because I keep seeing stuff about like their currency is being worth less and less and less in the news. According to Google, there's only 3 countries with a V. Oh my gosh. Are you telling me this was doomed from the start? Just like America's currency? Yeah, but not that severe.
Quiet.
Like, there was a point where Venezuela's currency was worth less than, you know, tokens in World of Warcraft. Like, it was pretty bad.
What do we have here?
I thought it was worth less than Roblox bucks. Maybe that too. I don't deal in Roblox bucks much, so I'm not sure on that one.
You gonna cry? Run home to your master.
Just spamming boons here, buffing these people as much as possible.
Snobby bot. But you're not even programmed for labor. You're pampered.
That line always makes me kind of just like, what? But you're snobby bot, bet you're not even programmed for labor. Like, I wonder if she says that to toasters that get on her bad side. You're not even programmed for labor. You spoiled toaster. Green numbers, Mark made green numbers. I was! Yo, if you like green numbers, you should watch my mini healer playthrough from the other day. That was wild. Does Boy know the value of Robux? No. No, Boy doesn't make, or sorry, Boy doesn't play Roblox. Not that long ago, you could bribe some country's customs guy with toilet paper. What? Rennie giving me the strange facts. Are you gonna make a, is it worth it about mini healer? I've never made an is it worth it about a game that's not done yet. I could make a video where I just like talk about how much I enjoyed it, but I've never done an is it worth it for an early access game. What'd you say about WoW? I was talking about how like the WoW tokens were worth like more per dollar than like Venezuela money is because the Venezuela dollar crashed so much or something like that. Some article I read recently. As a newish Guild Wars 2 player, what classes are good healers? Revenant, Guardian, not Warrior, but in the upcoming patch it will be. Ranger, Engineer, Thief, Ellie, Necro, Mesmer. Okay, so every single class except Warrior right now, but Warrior also after the next patch. Yo, Mucka Chat. Hi, Seiko. I see you. I see Seiko. Necro's a good healer again? Haven't played in a while. Yeah, so Necro used to be... hang on. I need something to type in. Alright. So Necro used to be, so... Support Scourge. Let's see. Old was good barrier and revives. Bad boons, bad heals. New is good barrier, boons, heals. Good, but not quite as good as before. Revives. The revive ability was slightly nerfed, but it's still better than most classes. But now it's really good at barrier, really good at healing, provides like every boon you would want your support to provide, except swiftness, and it doesn't have stability on demand. So if you're running a support Scourge, you could absolutely clear like all content in the game, but you would want to have a DPS that can throw out a stack of stability when it's needed. But yeah, their healing output and their boons were brought way up. Imagine saying to a player of another MMO, you want to be a healer, just play anything. Imagine playing another MMO. Heal Scourge and Quick Herald, best pals. Yep. Blasphemy. There's only one MMO and its name is Guild Wars 2 and original. Waiting on the Eastern group over here. Incandescent says, one of my friends is so confused because there's no static rolls. He played FF14 in New World. Yeah, the way I usually would explain it to someone that's new like that is say, like, look, there's a lot of freedom on how you build your character with the talent trees in this game. However, because of that freedom, it's possible to make some really crazy busted builds, and it's possible to make some really terrible stuff. Like, you can make something really good or really bad with these. You're not streamlined into your job. So that means there's a lot of flexibility. Sometimes people come up with builds that were not intended by the developers. And sometimes you get someone that made it all the way to level 80 and they still don't actually know how to play the game. Both things are possible. Guild Wars OG is MMO light. Towns are the only play. Yeah, if Guild Wars 1's an MMO, then Diablo was an MMO. Which is to say it's not. Like, in the lobby, in town, you would see other people. But when you left town, you would not see other people. You were in like an instance version of the world by yourself. Or with the people that you were grouped with. So, it was a fine game. I'm not knocking the game. I'm just saying in terms of classification, I would not say Guild Wars 1 is an MMO. Vengeful says, hey Muck and co, Merry Xmas, all hope it was good with you all. Hey Vengeful, yes, it was good, thank you. Hope yours was good also. Made it level 80 and still haven't spent skill points, so is rocking weapon skills and heal skill. My, back when I played this game at launch, I played it with my wife, and she was playing a human Mesmer. And so I made a human character to start in the same zone she did, and is a human engineer. We both made it level 80. We got to Ore. We finished World Map Comp, and we kind of got bored and stopped playing. And I came back years later after Path of Fire, and that's when I've been like addicted ever since. But I went back, I was like, hey, can I use your old account for daily login rewards? She's like, sure, and she uses the login. I log into it, I look at her account. Chat, when we played together 10 years ago, I didn't recognize the problem, but when I came back to the game and got better at it, and then I like logged into her account, chat, her whole bar was like these skills. Like, she was a max level Mesmer with like prayer to Dwayna, prayer to Grinth, prayer to Balthazar, like all that. She went 1 to 80 using like the human racials. And I was like, oh my god, no wonder we were struggling. She had no Mesmer skills on the bar at all. You weren't supposed to hear that story. She just yelled, I'm throwing her under the bus. Sounds like a flex to me. Yeah. The game was too easy for her. She was playing it on hard mode. Muck in trouble now? Oh my gosh. Nice save, thank you. I forgot the racial skills are even a thing. Yeah, the only one that's ever... I can think of 2 times racial skills in this game popped off. There was that one trick for killing Challenge Mode Harvest Temple with all Sylvari because one of their racials negated one of the abilities of the fight. And then there was the Werebear form for Norns can one-shot people in World v World, which it still does, but it's got like a 5-minute cooldown, so... The giant bear damage, yeah. The soulless horror bear. The soulless horror bear thing was because of a dumb interaction with, was it Tempest or Catalyst? Let me see. Guild Wars 2, soulless horror bear bug. Soulless horror gets run over by bears in 24 seconds. Is this it? Okay, hold on. Let me see if this is it. Yeah, there you go. This is the one. This is the video I was thinking of. Look at that. And she's almost dead. Hold on. Can I zoom in? What's the damage per second? The number 1 guy is doing 420,000 damage per second. What just happened? So there was a bug where, alright, so when the bear is charging through something, it does damage as it passes through it. And then there was a trait for Tempest or Catalyst or something, where when they would hit something, it could like proc like Lightning Rod or something like that. And then he keeps about facing, so the bear is doing this back and forth through the target. And there's 10 of them doing that. And those are all like the lightning procs. And then she's almost dead. Yeah, so that one got nerfed pretty bad. And then the Sylvari thing on Harvest Temple CM got nerfed pretty bad. That's a lot of lightning, yeah. Someone will be sleeping outside. Oh my god. Because of the game thing? No, she doesn't play games with me anymore. I tried to show her mini healer the other day because she used to heal when we did raids together back in like WoW, and I thought she'd really be into it, but she wouldn't even look at it. That isn't the racial being broken, that's someone actually using about face. Well, you would think in regards to the racial that there should have been an internal cooldown, right? Like maybe the racial shouldn't proc the lightning thing 17 times per second. That was kind of part of the issue. But using about face cleverly, I got no problem with that.
Drat, the entrance appears to be sealed via keycard access.
I'm sorry, what?
Swiped it from her officer. Seemed useful.
Your wife grew up and got a big person job? You say that, Sherlock, but she helps me maintain the YouTube channel. Honestly, it wasn't even that OP. I mean, you had to play Norn. That's the biggest downside. Yosef says, Mukluk Douglas with all the original Escar the 4th community. Hello, Yosef. Welcome. Look, I'm the size of this guy's toenail. What has been in this char's Wheaties?
What's going on in here? Just where are you taking our things?
What's it to ya? Figured you wouldn't mind sharing.
You're very tiny. Look, it's cold. Get off my back.
Hospitality.
More than a little. You crooks have been at it all day.
Oh. Only what we need. But we're a needy bunch.
What exactly do you lay a hollow protector for? A plow? You will return for $20.
If I gave a damn about what's rightfully yours, I wouldn't be too good at my job, would I? doesn't give you what you need. You just gotta take it for yourself. Life's not fair, so why play by its rules?
Him saying that reminds me of the quote that's like, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade. But life didn't even give us lemons. Lemons didn't naturally evolve. Mankind made lemons. No one gave us lemons.
Focus on the gyros. That should help us destroy his shield.
My role has ended.
Gyros. We'll get nowhere with those shielding him. Aim for them first.
What is happening?
Note to self, don't make a dated
Oh my
reference right when
goodness.
the fight starts.
I hate
I was in the pool. No, I understood it. It's just a PG stream. I'm not gonna explain it. I was a good boy.
Ah, this is worse. Come on, guys. I feel attacked.
This is a benefit in Seitung. Yes. It's fun to heal. There's no shortage of people standing and things that need healing.
If we break those gyros, that should break his shield as well.
Oh wow, I've never seen him move that erratically.
Focus on the gyros. That should help us destroy his shield. It's no use. We cannot hurt him unless we break that charge of his.
CC.
Keep your thieving booty out of here. Now, in accordance with Legal Code 7, Section 14, I'll coordinate returning these items to their own.
All right, nice.
For one, am going to celebrate with a good recharge and relaxing polish.
Guess I'll begin her.
Having bad flashbacks of SS or an EQ where the tank gets death touch every 10 seconds or something. Dude, oh my god, death touch is such a lame mechanic. What definitely games do you need more, Dave? You try RMA. We'll just play video games.
How would you know? I'm a potato. Where was I? I'm angry now.
Booty!
I'm a potato.
Lucas says, what build are you playing? Standard heal druid. There is a link to my character if you wish to inspect it. If the bot's working. Hang on a second. Command might be too long. Command's too long for YouTube. Hang on just a second here. Let's copy paste this over. Okay. That's a link to my ranger character if you wish to inspect them and look at any of the builds. I'm currently using build 2, but it's just standard heal druid if you're familiar with that. Did you play the new league in PoE? Yeah. I got to level 89. Where all my skills were max level. They were level 20. They all had max quality. I had max resistances. And I had, like, you know, 6 links and stuff. And I'd basically done all the ways I know how to get stronger without, like, copying guide from somebody else. And I was at, it's like I hit a wall. Like, I had done all of that. And then the next bosses, I did not have enough damage and I was getting one shot still. And I was just like, alright, I think I'm done. But yeah, it was fun for a while. Any tips for a new sniper thief that wants to do World v World? My guild, World v World guild pretty much said no snipers. They usually go solo. Sniper, no sniping. I mean, not all guilds are like that, but different ones have different rules. I will say Deadeyes are very good at picking off people that are, you know, on their own. That is true. Alright, let's see what else is going on. Defensive Amnitas. I haven't done that in like a month. Let me see if anyone's doing that right now. The new Juicy League is for grinders. Yeah, I mean, part of it's my own fault, because, like, I do not like copying guides in games like that. I love to just try things out and figure out what works. And I'm decent at that. Like I said, it got me to level 89 in Path of Exile. And I also, in PoE, I don't like... The trade system is awful. Like, to do trading in the game, you have to tab out of the game and go to a website and punch a bunch of stuff in to find someone with what you want. Then tab back into the game and message them and see if they're not AFK. And then once that's done, you can possibly get the item you want. It's so much of a pain, I'd rather not do it. So I don't copy builds, and I don't use the trade system. I just use what I find. And that gets me pretty far. But again, like, you hit like a wall. If you're not super min-maxed, you hit a wall around like level 90. And I don't know how to get past that wall with the limitations I've kind of imposed on myself. That's the point. The devs want to discourage trading. Well... I mean, if they don't want trading, they could literally just turn off trade. I don't think they're trying to discourage it much. Let's see. Is anyone doing this one? T2 riff farm, T1 riffs. They're not doing the meta? Let's just go up there and see. People would riot. Yeah, they would. I don't think they're going to turn that off. I'm just saying, I don't know that the devs are trying to discourage trading, but yeah, it's so much of a pain that I never bother with it. There is people here.
Stay out of its way. Destroy that.
And then immediately he's like, hey, you want to leave this map? You know what, sure. Let's see what happens. How was the mutineering yesterday? Dude, it was insane. It was insane. Yo, I think Niavalar had just gotten back his, like, stimulus check or something. So, for those who don't know, on Mondays, we do a thing we call Mutiny Monday. We play games that have Twitch integration where people can type stuff in chat and it, like, attacks me in the game. And the one that is our favorite is the Rift Breaker. And the Rift Breaker, there's a console command where I can essentially kind of pause the game and, like, add an additional bad thing, like an earthquake or meteors raining down, something like that. And so we kind of got like a little rule of like, hey, anyone who chooses to like renew their sub, you know, do like a new sub to the channel, or a new YouTube membership. Basically, you're paying my bills. You can pick a disaster. And this one guy just slapped down and gifted 10 subs, and he was like 5 earthquakes, 3 meteor showers, 1 volcanic rock rain, and an ion storm. And I'm like, oh my god. And then as soon as that ended, he slapped down another 10 subs, and he's like, you know, 10 earthquakes. And then as soon as that ended, 10 more subs. And he's like, 10 meteor showers overlapping. And I was just like screaming the sky was falling, stuff like that. So it was pretty wild. It was last night was pretty crazy. 5 Oklahoma special. Oh yeah, the Oklahoma special. What was the Oklahoma special? Thunderstorms and tornadoes, I think? Yeah, my base was getting blowed up a lot. Oh wait, there's a commander here now. Is someone doing it now? So you're saying there's a chance. What's this one over here? Guess I'm who benefited. Well, I mean, me too. Was the money really worth it? Yes. There's a reason I reward it on Mondays, yes. But, yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's funny, because through the trial by fires they put me through every Monday, I've gotten pretty good at that game. To the point, it's like, the top difficulty is called Brutal. We're playing on Brutal. We've got the damage of the enemy turned to 200%, and we've turned gravity to 500% gravity. So, like, I can't throw a grenade more than, like, 2 feet. You know, it's funny. Most people know me for my Guild Wars 2 content. I actually checked something yesterday for... I looked up the Rift Breaker on Sully Gnome. Sully Gnome is a website where you can go in and you can type in the name of a game. So like I could type in Guild Wars 2. And it shows like the stats for that game. And I could be like, all right, in the last 365 days, who is the most watched streamer for Guild Wars 2? And to no one's surprise, there's Mighty Teapot. Okay. Then there's Preach. Now Preach did Guild Wars 2 for like a couple of months, but his audience is absolutely massive, so he gets a lot of watch time each time he does it. Then there's me, Lorenity, and other people that many of you will recognize. However, this is a Rift Breaker. Now this guy has way higher viewers than me, but he only played it for 4 hours. He probably did like a sponsored stream for them or something. I have no idea what just killed me. But yeah, I'm apparently the #1 Rift Breaker streamer. And then also very well known in Guild Wars 2. I had no idea. So yeah, this was pretty cool. I found this out last night. I need to do some more Rift Breaker videos, just get my name out there more in that category, because that's apparently another category I'm doing well in. What's that website again? It's called Sully Gnome. I'm linking it in the Twitch chat right now. But Sully Gnome, you can type in a streamer's name and get tons of info on that streamer. Or you can type in a, like for example, here's Mukluk, okay? And I could type in, I could click on games, like what games have I streamed? And then boom, here's a massive list of what I've streamed. And I could sort it by days, weeks, months, the last year, or whatever. Viewers per day, you know, whatever. It is very, very good for finding just analytical data if you're looking for something. Like if you want to find out at a glance what game has my highest average viewers, or what game did I have the highest peak viewers, you could find that there in a heartbeat. But I was using it to search for specific games to see who was rocking those categories. Happy free buck, well deserved. Thank you. Dude, I've played almost, was it 300 or 400 hours of Riftbreaker? And I streamed like all of it. And it's like all on Mukluk Plays too. I've got so, like one of the playlists for Riftbreaker on Mukluk Plays is 250 episodes. It's crazy. Where is our commander? He's down there. Hey.
Don't you have like 20 different modes for Riftbreaker?
Like, I've got like 5 to 10, not 20.
Damaging the tentacles
What's up?
is hurting the creature, but I'm
10
afraid
to
it may
20.
not be enough.
We're out of options, Dagda.
Good morning.
It has to be Mosaic
Did you have breakfast already?
We have to summon the Guardians.
Did you give Chip breakfast?
The power of the Guardians
Good.
consume decades to build, minutes to
Yes, the
deplete.
two beans.
Yes.
We only get one.
The
chance
master of
at
gift
Operation
giving. Yes, the
Round.
master of gift giving is
Summon them
here.
now. We'll be vulnerable,
What?
even if we're
You.
victorious.
What's wrong with giving gifts and inscriptions for Christmas?
Mm. There's Mini Muck,
Vulnerable,
yes.
then defeated.
He's currently on
We're
winter
not too
break,
late already.
so he's coming in here to harass me.
Here, buy us the
It was
time.
raining yesterday, so be
Either we
careful
do,
with
or we're all dead.
It's not raining inside.
Propose we make the cryptus dead instead.
Death is a luxury
You
we
need
can't
to be
afford.
warm.
What are
If
you
the
doing?
Guardians are
Stop,
spent,
stop,
the
stop, stop,
war's
stop, stop,
all
stop,
that
stop.
stands between the cryptus and
Unsubscribe.
tyranny.
What?
You said I need to be warm, and then you like unzipped the
And
front of
there
my
are
hoodie.
fates worse
I said you need to be warm.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. That would make me cold.
Bad do not apply to life and death.
No, your
Given our
office is
current
warm.
situation, the tranquility of
Multiple rift warnings. Breaches imminent on
Okay, okay, no. I would reinvestigate all the breaks he keeps having from school. Seems a little much. Reinvestigate? Yeah, yeah. His school's actually open. He just lied to us and told us there was no school today.
Support the summoners.
This is getting out of hand now. There are 2 of them. What's up, Lord
As
Isaac?
a shrewd wizard once
Player
told
since launch finally unlocked Ad Infinitum, Conflux, Aurora, and Prismatic Champion Regalia this month. Thanks to the guys. Oh, you're very welcome. That's awesome.
Frode, Gold.
Congrats.
Platform. Urchik and Banach, west. Libya, Zizzle, south. Remaining Astral Ward. Return to your posts on the bastions or assist the injured. Survive, and we few will know you are heroes. Die, and all Tyria will know of our failure. Go.
If we die, we'll be well known. Ooh. Can you absolutely 100% sure without a shadow of a doubt the school is not actually open?
In the thick of it again, aren't we?
I mean, I suppose they could have
Their bellies are full with our
told us that it's closed, but at the last second changed their mind.
energy back.
And then we didn't get the message for the change. It's not likely, though. You're saying there's a chance, yes. And the frog is just sitting here playing a bow like it's a guitar, and he's sitting on nothing. My immersion is ruined. Wait, my pets are messed up. I've got the pets from... Oh god, it did that bug again. Sometimes, if I change builds, Look, it says here I have a Jacaranda out, but it says here I have a Jungle Stalker out. So, it's messed up. Still messed up. There, now it's fixed. Okay, so I guess build swapping while on Skyscale broke the pets. What? Did I not just open you? There we go. Oh, it's time to Waka Waka.
Taking what was stolen from us against them.
Giant demons invading. This tiny man is here opening a chest.
To the spire!
I mean, if they don't want the chest open, they shouldn't have left it there. Anything else here? Waka waka time? Sherlock says my work gave me yesterday and today off with pay. Ooh, nice.
The summon is complete. Now to the top of the spire.
He's just standing there, menacingly. How good does the spire taste for it to keep coming back for more? Oh my god. I imagine it's like a Cinnabon. He's just chomping on it like, oh! Alright, Pet's resing that guy. Wow. A few people went down, I did AoE res, and then like 10 more went down. Why is this not dying? What the heck? Reinforced armor. A stack is added every few seconds. Vulnerable to Grimoire of the Arcane spells. Hit it with Grimoire of the Arcane spells. I don't know what that means, but hopefully they do. Easy. Alright, now it looks like I know what I'm talking about. Green thing. They all want to be resurrected by the third best Guild Wars 2 streamer. It's gonna be fourth best soon. Loranity's right on my tail.
Run and hide, miscreant. Abandon hope, fiend.
Abandon hope, fiend. Oh my god. These boxes. These boxes. Dude, Alacrity fell off. I'm not generating enough astral power here to be able to keep Alac up. Suddenly once again reminded of how much I love Druid Alacrity. You want this bag? I love bags. Bags are great. They can hold stuff. Does the chest overlay still work? No, it's not set up at the moment. Do you think a druid needs an ability to get astral force while in astral form? Dude, I'll be honest, I hate astral force just completely. Like, so if I want to go into astral form, the astral form cooldown has to be up, and you have to have a full astral force bar. Sometimes you can't go in because it's not off cooldown. Sometimes you can't go in because you don't have enough astral force. You have two different resources, and both have to be at 100% to go into astral form. I hate that. It sucks. Like, I love this class. It's my favorite class, but that one mechanic, that's awful. Like, Necromancer, Death Shroud, it has to be off cooldown, but they do not have to have full Shroud. They can go into it with like 10% Shroud. If I'm at 99% astral, I cannot go astral to save you. It has to be 100% full. And then it also has to be off cooldown. Like, you can't just like, there's rare situations where you have full astral, but it's not off cooldown, so you can't go into it then either. So, no, there's very few, if any, other classes that have to have two different resource bars maximum to fire off an ability. And, yeah, I think it's a bad system. Do I think astral needs to recharge while in astral? No, I think astral needs to be gone. It's also really rough in PvP sometimes, because in PvP, anytime you die and respawn, you have 0 astral, so you have to fight a bit to get it to fill back up. So if you're in a match where it's really one-sided and you're getting beaten down every time you respawn, you can go an entire match, 15 minutes, without being able to go astral form. It's not common, but it's possible. Necro could also gain life force and Shroud. I think they need to copy it from Necro. I would guess that when they designed it, because, you know, Death Shroud's been in the game since the beginning of the game. Astral was added in Heart of Thorns. I would guess that they just they wanted it to be different from the existing systems in some way, shape, or form. So that's why it's not quite the same as Death Shroud. But the end result, I don't really love that. And then slapping Alacrity into the astral form, just you end up with situations sometimes, not always, but sometimes, where like you go astral, give the group Alacrity, then leave astral, and then someone ends up in dire trouble, and it would be super easy to save them if you had astral, but because you don't, it's a pain. And it's like, oh, sorry, I can't save your life. I gave you Alacrity recently. Everything's on sale, been scrolling a while. Yeah, there is a lot of stuff for sale in the gem store right now. The Grimoire thing you asked about is a book. Some spellbooks make excellent weapons. I have a Bible that could knock out a Norn. Dude, you had me for like half of that. I was like, what? Last night's Riftbreaker stream was fun. Oh, it absolutely was. Glyph of the Stars right here. So look, there's 2 people there. I'm able to save them only because I had Astral available. Well, this idiot went back into it. All right, search and rescue. Let me just raise you again. But if Astral had been on cooldown,
What kind of a fool do you take me for? Why, is there more than one kind?
Hi, Beansy. What is happening? Oh my goodness. I hate Christmas music.
I was a good boy. God, this is
What?
worse. Come on, guys.
What do I do?
I feel attacked.
Do I run toward the light? I don't know if I've ever been in there before. He got tired of my crap. He says he hates Christmas music. Look, I didn't make the song. I didn't know someone was gonna say that I hate take my I hate Christmas music thing and remix it into Christmas music. Help stop the tentacles from damaging the spire below. Monkey, you're gonna converge after the meta. Oh, are we gonna converge? Oh, I could be convinced. Get some more essences for future shenanigans. Where's some tentacles? Yo, dog, where are your tentacles at?
Attention! Operation Mosaic Wrath underway! Report to Dagda on top of the spire!
I'm still looking for the tentacles. Alright. I'm just gonna sit red the whole time because it's the coolest looking one. Doing jutsus. I'm about to cast 1,000 Years of Death on this boss. If you know, you know. The other forms have nothing on this one. Just all red all the time. I keep reinstalling and then like a day later uninstalling Blitz because I constantly think they use at your own risk. I've been using Blitz for months now with no problem. Is 1,000 years of pain, Mac? Of course you would know, Shugo. That was a test. You passed. I swear it was death. On Death Battle, Kakashi versus Obi-Wan. Hold on. Where was it? Where did he do it?
Get in the air and attack those eyes.
Oh, I found it. Hang on.
You've fallen for the deadliest stratagem we ninja know. 1,000 years of death.
It's dead!
Don't try it! I have the high
It was death. From the official, not official, Obi-Wan versus Kakashi fight. He says death. Oh look, I beat the boss. Suga, you don't even know. What the heck was that? Friggin' death battle, man. Dude, it's so good. Imagine Anakin pulled that move. Dude, death battle on YouTube has been upping their quality for a while. The last one they did was what was it? Dragon Ball, or sorry, Goku versus Superman. Oh my god. It was really, really, really good. Yeah, if you're not familiar with Death Battle on YouTube, they're a channel that's been around for a while. They've got a pretty high budget now. And they basically pick 2 characters from fiction, and then they spend like 10 minutes on each character explaining everything they can do, and then they animate them fighting to the death and try to math out who would win. And Goku's been having a really hard time with Superman, but they have a very high budget now. It's been pretty sweet. Again, yeah, this one was pretty amazing though. Yeah, as the season finale in like 3 different seasons, they've done Goku versus Superman, but this one was way, 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 way above the other 2 times they've done it. Okay, did I get everything? I think I got everything. I think we got everything. Frode's Journal. I got a journal page. What's a good or even decent non-soda map to farm gold in? Bonus points if it's not too boring or intense. Yada, this is a link to a video I did recently on how I get all my gold. If you are interested in that. I hate farming. I can't stand it. And again, that's a link to how I get mine. If you really want to just farm one on repeat and just like run in circles and farm money over and over and over and over and over, Silver Waste, Dragonfall, those are both really popular ones. With the updated, let's see, the real Gooey says, with the updated release schedule for Guild Wars 2, does that mean no more living seasons? Correct. That is the case for the moment. It's like expansion and then 3 months, update 1, 3 months, update 2, 3 months, update 3, 3 months, new expansion. Repeat. Hey, Mike, Merry Christmas to you and your family. Hope you guys have a good time. Hi, Geraldson. Welcome. Thank you. Hamza says, evening, everyone. Hello, Hamza. I see you as well. Hello, hello. Let's see. What did we just finish? We just finished Defensive Amni task. Alright, some folks asked me if I would converge. Yeah, I can be convinced. Converging is pretty easy. Is Interneos the smallest map they've released yet? It feels small. I mean, there's going to be more to the map, I think. I think the map is going to expand. But I don't know. Because, like... yeah, there's like a bridge there, and it's like blocked. So the question is, are we going to have another tunnel gaming situation? Or is it going to be more like that? Because, like, for those who weren't here at the time, when Biora came out, it was this, which is still quite sizable. And then there was the second part of Biora. And then when Drizzlewood came out, it was the south half of Drizzlewood and then the north half of Drizzlewood. So it just depends on how much is in Neos. Please no tunnel, right? Dude, I did the tunnel meta one time ever, and I never did it again. Never did it again. Have fun. Granny's gonna close YouTube over Guild Wars. Alright, Rennie. See ya. Yeah, and the one time I did it, I didn't even go around and get all the loot because it was such a pain. Alright, for anyone who is on EU and is interested, here's the squad join command. I will lead a private convergence. I guarantee success. Use that squad join if you would like to get in here and get a whole bunch of essences and stuff. Possibly money, because you could get stacks of Supreme Runes of Holding. That part's not guaranteed, though. That's so stupid having to run around for 10 minutes to get your reward. It was really weird, too, because in Drizzlewood, when Drizzlewood Coast North first came out, they had the treasure chests appear all over the map. And then they got, there were so many complaints about that, like, dude, we just finished like a 1 hour, 2 hour meta. I don't want to run all over the map to pick all this stuff up. So they changed it so when you kill the boss, all the boxes appear like in a circle right there by the boss. Very easy to pick them up. And then they later released the tunnel and did the same thing they did when they first released Drizzlewood. Which was they put the loot all over the place and it's a pain. So it's like, what? I thought you already learned from this. Remember to get your login rewards. Oh my god, I always forget about this. Network error. Yeah, you can't click quickly or the thing freaking breaks. Me. I don't think we have enough necros in this squad. Is there any more necromancers that could join us? I feel like it's too cheery in this squad. I need some more edgelords. Looking for more necromancers. I just checked and I'm in NA. You had to check, Whiskey? You didn't know if you were North American or not? Sorry, only Fire Wizard? Oh, wow. I'm not North American to begin with. Why are you on NA then? The snowball gets the infusion effect? Apparently. If I go on a trip to Europe, will it automatically switch me to EU server? No. No, it will not. Alright. If you provide a lack, please move into a new group solo. Spread some boons around. Probably the closest thing to Brazil. Really hope one of the next major updates is them revisiting rejuvenating underwater combat. Dude, I love underwater combat in this game. Like, for real, they clearly put in effort early on. You know, we got the underwater pets for Ranger, the turrets on buoys for Engineer, like the underwater mines. Like, they put in effort making it work. Like, the Elementalists, instead of shooting fireballs, they shoot jets of boiling superheated water. Stuff like that. And I love that. I truly, truly love that. But, it's been kind of like untouched for like 10 years. It definitely needs, like, it doesn't need new graphics or animations, but the numbers need to be tweaked massively. Necro minions turn into undead sharks, yeah. If you provide quickness, please join one of the Alack people. Does underwater even get mentioned in balance updates? Exceedingly rarely. You should swap to underwater template automatically for your build you go underwater. Yeah, you do. Also, if you hit open this screen and click on here, you can change your underwater build right here without being underwater. All right, DBS fill in the groups, no more than 5 per group. Underwater patch notes more rare than shock infusion. Technically, that's correct, because there are more chalk infusions in the game than there are underwater patches. That doesn't change the traits, though? Well, yeah, you would... Why would your traits change when you go in the water? Okay. Alright, going in, and then I'll do some assignments. Merry Cryptus. Ah. They had every opportunity to get underwater combat when EOD came out. No, instead they released a water dragon and a city powered by a water dragon, and they all have robots that break when water touches them. Ah. Alright, let's see. Okay. Groups 2, 3, and let's see. Groups 2 and 3, stay middle. Group 3, you guys are going to handle siege machines. 4, 5, 6, bottom left. 7, 8, 9, bottom right. Why is the mech named Trailer Swiftness? Mechs can't even give swiftness. People don't play underwater. Even Leviathan is killed by ground weapons by standing on its neck. That's because people will always take the most efficient route to do something. And the Leviathan, for some reason, counts as an island, and it lets you do that.
As soon as we
How do you do a legendary rift? You have to be Lord
I'll
Hyzen.
need to focus on maintaining our tether to Tyria. The nearest waypoint is a little out of range, so reviving will be a challenge. Luckily, Mabon taught me a few tricks. Resurrection spells take a lot of magic. The best source of that here is going to be the essence that Eparch's grunts drop. Bring that essence to me, and I'll do the rest.
How do I join you? Here's the squad join command. It does bug me that we're this far since End of Dragons, and Mechanist still doesn't work underwater. Because, like, we're not talking about, like, a class goes underwater and 1 or 2 of their skills don't work underwater. We're talking about an entire class doesn't work underwater. Like, the whole thing. Keep in mind, a Mechanist loses the Engineer tool belt in trade for the mech. They go underwater, they don't have the mech. An underwater Mechanist is literally worse than a core Engineer. Like, they've lost their toolbar and an entire specialization line, basically. Like, and it's stunning to me that they haven't ever said anything about it either. Alright, so once again, Group 3, your Siege. So Nemnock, Zero, Off-Road, Vengeful, and Apache. You're handling Siege, and then come back to middle when you're done with that. New Siege, top left, and then it'll be top right and then bottom right. It's gonna go in a circle around the map. If ANET never acknowledges the problem won't exist. World v World Alliances win. Yeah, they want to hear us complain about the mech for 8 more years before deciding if they want to change anything on that. But it's just like, imagine if you have got a support mech healer in your Fractals group. And then the daily fractal is the underwater fractal. And he's like, oh, sorry, I can't heal or provide alacrity in this one. And you're like, what? And he's like, any other fractal I can. This one I can't.
presence in those high cryptis. Take them down, and I could throw that power back in their face. Collect enough, and I might even...
Me with Harold, for some reason, they think it's a good idea for Sin's hard to not work underwater.
Be careful, though. Demonic essence will drain your life force. Plus, there is that whole possession thing to worry about.
Have you ever seen a horse try to swim? No. I cannot say that I have. Foon says, is there any add-ons to this game? I just started playing. There's a couple if you want them. It doesn't have, like, nearly the selection of add-ons as some other MMOs, like World of Warcraft. But if you click that link right there, I've got a list of some of the most commonly used ones and how to download them if you want them. Thank you. Sure. Do you know orcas sometimes eat moose? Yes, because a moose can dive underwater up to like 30 or 40 feet hunting for food. So orcas sometimes are like, hey, free food. Alright, groups 4, 5, and 6, go to the bottom left and then move north when you're finished there. 7, 8, and 9, go to the bottom right and then move north when you're finished there. Group 2 and 3, stay middle, except for when 3's handling siege. Speaking of, there's siege. Remember to revive your teammates because there's no waypoints on this map. Middle group, new spites from the north. Look for the icons on the mini-map, middle group. The spites are the #1 things that'll kill Zoja. Well, Zoja just took a massive amount of damage. That sucked. Middle group, y'all need to do much better about responding to those. Look at the little swords that appear on the minimap. New siege, top right. Why can't you find painkillers in the jungle? Because parrots eat them all. What? I did not get Drawn's joke. I see other people laughing at the joke. I don't get it. I bet the reason they don't fix Mechanist is because they're focusing on Guild Wars 3 development. Ha! I highly doubt that. Paracetamol? I'm guessing I have to know what that word means in order to understand the joke. Sounds like a pharmacy word. It's a type of painkiller? Oh. I know Excedrin. I know Excedrin and ibuprofen. Have you played Guild Wars 1? Yes. It's the British word for Tylenol. I've never heard that word, but I believe you. I like how you say the British word. Like, oh, what language do you speak? British? Your language is British? Yes. I wasted such a good joke on you. Oh my gosh. Come back when you got a better one. Come back when you got a joke that doesn't require me to understand what's on shelves in Britain. Chris Ripley says my wife is a nurse. I'm gonna tell her that joke right now. Do it. Hey Mark, Merry Cryptus. I set up my heal scourge recently coming from FF14. Want to ask how do I assess if I'm doing a good enough job as healer in Guild Wars 2? Hello, Borak. I mean, are you finishing the content and is no one dying? I think that's the main thing. New siege machine. One thing you can do, if you are... Hold on, it's one of these commands. Just a second. Alright, so that right there is a guide on how to check your DPS. That same room also has a thing where you can turn on this thing called an agony field. And it's just a spot where you stand there and it does big damage to you every second. And it's got a dial. You can turn it up as low or as high as you want. And a good healer can stand in that and just heal through the middle setting forever. The high setting, some people can heal through. There's almost no fights in the game where you need to be able to heal that much. But if you can heal through the middle setting or higher, you're doing enough healing per second. It's just a matter of execution at that point. Chris said, I told my wife the joke and now we're getting a divorce. Thanks, Britain. There you go. Drawn by abs. You just made a viewer on YouTube lose their marriage. It's all your fault. You do a good job as healer when you don't need to heal much, when you a lot of prod and regen. Well, I mean, sometimes it can be deceptive, because like you might have people dying left and right, and that might be because they're standing in stuff that they're not supposed to stand in. It can depend on the situation. Revive, revive. The top right group is split between two bosses. You guys need to get together. I'm looking on the minimap, and you guys are fighting two bosses right now in two different locations. That's why I'm seeing so many people going down up there. So, hold on. Luniara, Artio, you guys go to the other group, because the other group's larger. Okay, better, better. Like, watching you has convinced me I'm not game streaming material. When I converge, I have enough trouble to see all that's happening you do while keeping eyes on two chats. Respect. Truly, thank you for the kind words. I'll tell you, truly, convergence, if you just zoom out and look at this, there's not that much here. There's a swarm here eating any baddies that come here. There's a swarm here that moves north, a swarm here that moves north, and anytime a siege pops up, it's just like, bop it. And someone just smacks it, and that's it. However, this cluster of dots here split up into two clusters, and then they got weak, and then I had to fuss at them to get back together. That's it. There's honestly less moving parts in this entire map than there is in one fractal. So it's not too bad. Like, I'm basically just keeping up like boons around me and just throwing Zoja regen on occasion. Like, I don't even, like, you don't even have to keep up, like, alacrity on your group or anything during this part on the center island. I know the visual output is a bit much for me. Okay. Like, you still like Soulstone Survivors or similar games? For the last week, I've been absolutely hooked on Dyson Sphere Project. But I still dabble in them from time to time. Yeah, I still like them. Heisen said check your DM whenever you can. Check it private before you show it on stream. Hold on, is there noise in this? I'm gonna mute it. I don't know if there's noise in this. I think I've seen that before a few years ago, but that's funny.
We need to focus. I'll keep it vulnerable.
Alright, final boss is gonna be spawning soon. Top left corner. That lady's a pro. Eisen, I saw one similar one day where someone was like, they were driving and they threw like a plastic bottle, like they litter out their car window. And they kept driving, and they had moved, like, I don't know, another 10 to 30 feet. And this lady in a dress runs up and kicks the bottle, and it, like, flies forward of the slight curve and goes right in the guy's open car window. Way down. It's very similar to what you just sent me. Everyone's favorite boss, by the way. A little extra juice.
Reviving our fallen.
Is it too late to join? No, I think you could join right now if you hurry. Pretty sure I've had mooches join when the boss was at 50% before. I'm like, hi, Lord Fitness. I'm on lunch break. Well, you're able to get into yours too. You could join this. I'm on EU at the moment. Isn't there only 50 minutes to join public or in a private? We're in a private one. I always do the private one because some people have been kind enough to give me the essences to open the thing. So I've got a stack of them at this point. And on top of that, I like to set up the groups before we walk in the door to make it a better chance of success. Where you going, Sorrow? There we go. Monkey Chat, how was your Xmas? Hey, APOC. It's good. We got all our family visiting done on the days leading up to Christmas. So on Christmas Day, we just stayed home and chilled, opened presents, had food. It was very relaxing. Nice, did a public convergence, now I'm in this private one. Nice! There you go, get it. Center Island. Just keep an eye on Zoja's health. That's the only possible way we could lose at this point. Just to make sure nothing dumb happens. GG!
Park's grunts clawing at our feet.
Nice.
Let's head back home.
Did we get any Supreme Runes of Holding? I did not. So sad. Are there other ways to lose at other points? I mean, you could, like, wipe. Like, for example, earlier when I was like, hey, Northeast group, half of you were dead, you're split up. Like, there was a lot of them going downstate, and I was concerned they were going to wipe up there. And then we would have, but like, if you have everyone wipe and there's no one available to turn in essence, then you could lose that way. But I think that the number one, I would guess the number one cause of losing on this would be letting Zojo's bar hit 0. Mucking EU. It's true, Shy. What's up? Shy, did you see that we've got a new intro for the stream and you're in it? It's true. You're in the new intro. Oh no. I think he's like 15 seconds in it. Hang on.
Mukluk Douglas Bartholomew Reginald Esquire the 4th and Sir Chauncey Vance Snuffles the 3rd welcomes you, dear viewer, to the lab.
When Daddy Mukluk sweats. It's not gross. It's beautiful. Look at that shimmer. I know how to move this stupid thing. Shut up.
Slapping you with my carrot. Sweat.
I'm moving away from you now.
Come back here.
No.
What if I just moon? That's it. That's your legacy. Chasing Aurora around, slapping him with your carrot. That's it. That is your legacy. That is how the children will remember you. Got it on soundboard too, just in case we ever need it.
Slapping you with my carrot.
Oh.
Alright. GG Convergence Group. GG. Bye everyone. No, Shy, don't go. We love you. Let's see. Let's do Dragonstorm. I'll make a group for Dragonstorm. Come on, don't be so shy. Is it worth to open the concealed coffers yet? I don't think so, no. Amnestus Hero's Choice Chest. Pouch of Stardust. Convergence. I need more of the greens. Alright. For anyone interested, Private Dragonstorm. Instant Dragonstorm. I'm gonna set it up. Exclamation squad. I'm on EU. This is a healthcare Dragonstorm. Why wouldn't it be? Okay, so the thing... Okay, hold on a second. Alright, so Unstable Cryptus motivations are used to open the concealed Unstable Cryptus Essence coffer. But they're also used to open the private instances. So they have value because of that. And the unstable motivations are still worth almost 3 gold. You do not get 3 gold worth of crap out of this coffer when you open it. So no, I think at this time it's still not worth opening the thingy.
Timey picked a good spot.
Good? Destroyers are crawling all over.
Destroyers are crawling all over.
They didn't make things easy. Clear out the firebugs and make way for the prisoners.
This is the same spot where I recorded that magic trick the other day. Did you guys see that one? Made my life bar disappear. Show it again. For science. For science. All right, the magic trick. So for anyone who hasn't seen this, look, you jump on the launch pad and you go wee, and you go over here. All right, and then if you go back though, and you change specs in midair. Ta-da! You make your health bar disappear. It's magic.
Did you? Oh? You look like a great.
Noted. Yeah, don't do that.
You picked a weak dragon you knew you could control. Coward. I'll show you real dragon power.
Jormag has not yet joined him, champion. You must draw them out.
We're long past excuses, right? You made your choice. This needs to end.
Doesn't work a third time. Yes. This is pack justice.
Let him leave. We can't get distracted.
That didn't go to plan.
Isn't it weird Mug is refusing to show it again? Maybe it can't be done again. Oh, wow.
Let him stay away long.
Wonder where he gets that from. In the meantime,
What order should I do IBS masteries? Oh my god.
That's unsettling.
Probably the essences to open up the treasure chest. Way stations first? Nah, I don't think way stations are a little helpful for some world events and stuff, but I don't really feel like they're a requirement. I'll say if you do a lot of like open world challenging content with people where they make use of way stations, it is really nice to have. If you do like alt parking for the chest, you'd absolutely want the essence chest first. I like the essence chest. I can't really think of any situation where you'd be like, oh man, I want the dragon response mission stuff first. Imagine if Jormag just reached in and flattened Bram with one hand, and Primordus looked at her like, wait, that's illegal. You're not allowed to attack the Pokemon directly.
My champion will teach you to fear.
Did you guys see that game coming out called Powl World? And it's like Pokemon, but with guns? Like, you could even make like a sweatshop where the Pokemon have to make more guns.
I've stayed my hand before, brother. No more. Today,
Lost Ark has a sweatshop feature? Oh, okay. Pokemon Mafia. This fight can be summed up as daddy issues versus mama's boy. No, I think it'd be daddy issues versus mommy issues.
As long as Jormag is connected to the power
That
of
is
the
pretty
champion
accurate.
and the Frozen, they will keep Primordus cowed.
Don't let up. We've got to bring both champions down.
Ram, come on! This hurts us more than it hurts you!
Could stand to have it hurt us less.
Same time. One is not enough. We've got to bring Ryland and Bram down together.
Skittle says, how do you go about making other tunes equal to main? Teleport scrolls, backpacks, etc. So I usually have my best bags on whatever character I consider my main. The others, I slowly get them better bags, but it's certainly not a priority. Teleport scrolls, I usually put those in the shared inventory slots up here so all my tunes can access them. That weird violin solo thing. Best part of this soundtrack.
Use the prisms now. The champions are hanging on to dragons by a thread.
Come on, then.
Elder dragons. This might take a couple rounds. Stay strong.
IBS is I buy sandwiches. IBS is irritable bowel syndrome. Wait, can pets not attack the siphon? The pet just keeps, like, doing push-ups. What? What is he doing? He's just doing push-ups. Hit the thingy. Oh my god. He's gearing up. Yeah, he's hyping himself up. Ryland. Come on then. Jungle Stalker had too much ascended food for Christmas. Yeah, he got into the nip. Sounds like you've heard these lines a few times already. Just a couple. Speaking of pets, I struggle with playing Untamed. I'm not real fond of Untamed either. It's like Ranger, but the pet's angry, and now I'm angry, and now he's angry, and now I'm angry, and now he's angry, and now Mom says it's my turn to be angry.
The connection's weak.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. It's like if a berserker had a split personality disorder. And then just to top it off, they just put snot green on all their abilities. Why? Why are there boogers everywhere? Why the boogers?
Is this working? Is this genuinely actually working?
Stay focused.
One last push for Bram, for all of us.
Champion!
Help me! There's too much. This power, it's so wild. Get to the job!
I'm coming! Hold on, Aurene! No! You can't stop me! Not for any...
Champion, I'm pulling you back!
Mortis! I didn't know Mug voice acted. I tried to, they won't let me. Now Kith. This is not fair. Give Primordius arms. Give my boy Morty arms. This is not fair. He ain't got no arms.
It's done, champion.
Dude, first they nerfed the size of his head, then they took away his arms. GG.
I'm about to flavor Richard Grieco.
What? I've been kidnapped. I was trying to open the box, and I got in a turtle. All right. GG, y'all.
Welcome to Flavor Town.
Does bobblehead thing work on Drawback and Primordius? That would be hilarious. I doubt it does, because I feel like I would have heard about it by now if it did. Hey, Mike, where do you go to see the guild node synthesizer level? I'll show you. You might have to be an officer in the guild in question, but I'll show you. The guy on the remixes goes hard. Who did those? Cezon did a lot of those. He only stops in from time to time these days. So he hasn't made any new ones in a while. Before that, Azri made quite a few. Both of them made quite a few that were not PG. It was just like sounds of me moaning to weird stuff, and I was like, yo, I'm never playing this on air. Oh my goodness. Alright, hold on after this. Music.
I was a good boy. Ah, this is worse. Come on, guys.
I feel attacked. All right, so I'm in a guild hall, and over here, there's a guy. So there's the synthesizers, and near them will be a guy that handles the synthesizers. You talk to him. What upgrades are available? And synthesis output is this one that looks like a bowl. So that's synthesis 1, synthesis 2, synthesis 3, synthesis 4. I mean, if it's grayed out, they don't have it. If it's colored in, they do have it. Does he have YouTube channels? Does Cezanne? No. He made the muck drops as a hobby. One of the main reasons we like you is because you moaning menacingly. He's just standing there, moaning menacingly. Just me in the corner. That just sounds like an angry cat. Thanks, Monk. Shorelord, do you think Primordius has Western Dragon body? Wait, what? Western Dragon body? Are we body shaming dragons? Tequaddle body type or Eastern Dragon body like Suwon? Primordius? Dude, I don't know. Honestly, it would be so funny if under the lava he was just like a little frog. This tiny little lava frog, huge head. Hold on, GW2 Primordius body. I'm Googling it. Let's see what comes up. Is this a loading screen? Okay. I found this, which almost looks like Deathwing. Very majestic. Is this one? Primordius versus Jormag. This is okay. This is like fan art. I don't know if this is yeah, this is from the subreddits. That's just fan art. Jormag looks like Drakkar. What? What? That's Drakkar? Or sorry, that's Jormag? Yo, Jormag is a nope rope. I made a complete... okay, no, this one looks very different. Dude, I don't know. Check Guild Wars 1 Primordius. Guild Wars 1 Primordius. Is that supposed to be Primordius? This looks like a little red dragon. Okie dokie. And now he's got a big old noggin. That's the most annoying thing. Why can't they stick to one design? Because over, you know, from Guild Wars 1 to Guild Wars 2 is like, what, 10 to 20 years total? So probably many, many times people left the company or hired at the company and then they made changes. I mean, heck, just going from, what is it, Living World Season 3 to now, they drastically shrunk Primordius. For those that, hold on, I love showing this. Guild Wars 2 Dragon size chart. Okay, so in Guild Wars, in Living World Season 3, you briefly see Primordius underneath like a volcano. All right. All right, this is pretty cool. Okay, so over here, all right, so way over here to the right, these are the Dragon Lieutenants. Like, that's the claw of Jormag, okay? That's the claw, okay? This is Mordremoth. That big old nope rope in Heart of Thorns, that's Mordremoth, the mouth of Mordremoth. That is Zaitan. This is a data mined model. I think this was supposed to be like a phase 2 of Zaitan or something that was never used, but that's Zaitan. This is Kraukatoric. From when we were fighting Krauki, as you can see, he is huge. All right. That's Living World Season 3's Primordius's head. That's his head. That's just his head. Seen from above. That's it. And it's like Krauk's entire torso plus neck plus head. And some wings. This is like... it's ridiculous. It's like when they finally came out with Dragonstorm, they had to drastically nerf how big they made Primordius. Like it's not even close to what he was. So that means in Guild Wars 1 he was like this, and in Guild Wars 2 he was like this, and at the end of Guild Wars 2 he was like this. They changed him a lot. If Primordius had Tusk, he'd look like the Acantor from Monster Hunter. Acantor? MH Acantor. I'm searching. I mean, that looks so different though. If he had Tusk, he'd look like a Cantor. That's like saying if he had wheels, he'd look like a bike. You know, I feel like that's too much. There's massive underbite on this guy. Check Doom from Guild Wars 1 compared to Guild Wars 2 model. I only have seen Doom in Guild Wars 1 from when he would appear behind people to delete them when they got banned. So it was only for like a second or two at a time. Chris says my headcanon is Primordius was meant to be a map himself, much like Krauk was in Dragonfall. Let's see. I don't think we saw Primordius Guild Wars 1 unless he was buried in the lava below Great Destroyer. We only saw a small part of him. So Guild Wars 1 Doom. Okay, that's Guild Wars 2 Doom. Is this Guild Wars 1 Doom? He certainly looks edgier. Like, he was wearing cloth necro armor here, and then plate necro armor here. So edgy. I like how he has a skirt made out of belts like that lady from that one Final Fantasy. I don't know which one. Primordius was the statue above the Great Destroyer in the final fight. You know, I remember doing that fight, but I hardly remember the lore at all. Like, I played Guild Wars 1 right after it came out, and I enjoyed it, and I blasted through the game. Couldn't tell you 90% of the story. Like, I remember the searing, and I remember the prince with the flaming sword. And then there was, like, some levels in a snowy area and some dwarves. And then at the end, there was, like, some burny areas, and then you fight one of Primordius's boys, and then that was the end. That's what I remember of Guild Wars 1. Did you only play Prophecies? So I played Prophecies, I played Factions. I literally don't even remember Factions, other than the fact that my Necromancer got the Bone Golem skill in Factions, which was really cool. Years later, as a streamer, so this is just in the last few years, there was a time period when I did a thing called Throwback Thursday, and every Thursday I'd play Guild Wars 1. And I played through Prophecies again, and I played through Eye of the North, and I was starting Factions again, and then I was like, you know what, guys, I'm really not enjoying this that much, and my viewership is always down on Thursdays, so I'm gonna stop this. So I stopped. So the only one I've never played is Nightfall, but of the others, I hardly even remember it, honestly. I hardly even remember it. It definitely did not grab me the way that Guild Wars 2 grabs me. Guild Wars 2 got me like, oh! I wonder if now that you're a variety streamer, you'd still get a viewership drop? I'm not sure. I mean, honestly, I get a small viewership drop anytime I play anything not Guild Wars 2. It's usually a shock if I play something else and I have the same viewership as Guild Wars 2. But at the same time, it's for the sake of my sanity, so I've come to terms with that, you know? It's like, if Mutiny Monday, when we play at the Riftbreaker, freaking have a blast doing that. I have so much fun doing that. But I know it's going to be less views than on Tuesday when I focus on Guild Wars 2. That's just where most of y'all met me, was doing Guild Wars 2 content. So, I've been doing variety stuff for over a year now, and that still hasn't changed. But I'm gonna keep at it. In time. Doom wasn't Satan. Doom was a stingy version of death. Abaddon wasn't Satan either. Abaddon was stingy, god of knowledge. But they're both stingy. How do I join your guild? This right here. Oh, if I can typo. Oh yeah, Blue's got it. Yeah, there you go. That's that right there is what you need. Your stream grabs me. Thank you, Shy.
What is happening?
Oh my goodness. I hate Christmas music.
I was a good boy. Ah, this is worse.
Come full circle, all the way back to Ether Blade.
Come on, guys.
Let's see if it's doing that right now.
I feel attacked.
Your non-Yours 2 playthroughs are actually very nice. Really enjoyed your Alan Wake 2 playthrough. Oh, Alan Wake 2 was such a good game. It was such a good game. It felt like, honestly though, the end of it. I was so mad at the end of it though. Like, the way they, I'm gonna be vague in case any of you intend to play Alan Wake 2. I'm not gonna spoil it. It's a cliffhanger ending, okay? There is going to be another game. And it was just, boom, cliffhanger. And I'm like, you suck! I was so mad. Like, the only time I can ever remember being that mad at a cliffhanger was when I saw the second Matrix movie in theaters. It was like Matrix Reloaded or whatever. And it literally ends with just like the most climactic situation, and then it just goes to be continued. And you're in the movies, so it's like, okay, well, we gotta, it's not gonna be out for another year or two. And I remember some guy in the theater screamed like, oh, come on! Like, he just yelled. And I was like, yeah, I feel it too. But, yeah, it's a fun story. I need to do one more Claw of Jormak. Claw of Jormak is actually fun to do as a healer. Look at the green numbers. Like, people here, because the strategy by the player base is ignore the mechanic and just stand in the murder ice, there's no shortage of people to heal. Look at the green numbers. Oh! Oh! Look at him! I don't even care about the dragon. Look at this! Live for the stars. Revive everyone. Got me like, oh! I'm abusing Druid Staff 5 because it has no target cap. It's to get regen on like 30 people at once right now. What's the reason for doing Claw of Jormak? Green numbers. Guys, you can stop DPSing. I can do this all day. It's fine. Glyph again. More reses. Oh my god. Healing done. 19.9 thousand per second, it said. Hold on, where was it? No, it changed. Oh dang it, where did it go? It said it for a second there, where did it go? Oh my god. It disappeared. It's at 19.9K for a second. That was crazy. Because there's this skill right here, this water wall, it puts regen on anyone who touches it. It has no target cap. Most heals in the game have a cap of 5 people. The water wall has no cap. But that's almost never able to be abused. But when people are stacked that tightly, you can put regen on the whole pile. It's so good. DM my dude. What? What is this? Oh, women playing soldier. We have space in the breeding farms for your insolence. Surrender and atone. What? Is this actually in the game? Or is this edited? I don't remember this.
Welcome.
Seeing that reminds me of the first time I saw a swear in World of Warcraft. It was after Cataclysm when Garrosh became like a total tool. And there was this one cutscene where he was talking to Sylvanas in, it was by the Sepulchre, I think? And Sylvanas was like saying something, and he said, "Watch your mouth, you b-" And I was just like, what? Because it was like such a shock, because they just like hadn't done that in the game up until that point. Hellmasker, thank you for the raid, welcome. MuklukYoutube, but to be original, that's why the 4th. This is Johnson Vince, the 3rd with you, Hellmasker, and your dear viewers to the lab. Hope you enjoy your stay entertainment on the way. Can't get the speakers, don't touch your speakers, giveaways every week, please take a seat, but you'll only need the edge. Welcome. Garrosh did nothing wrong. I disagree. Dude, he ran the horde into the ground. Lloyd says, Mug, sorry in advance for this offensive question, but do you play mobile games? Do I play mobile games? You know what? I am offended. I can't believe you would ask me something like that. Come in here
Merry
and
Christmas,
dare to
less than
suggest
3.
that I would play mobile games. Like, do you think I just, like, enjoy playing games that don't require any tact or anything like that? No, I don't touch those with a 10-foot pole. What do you mean do I play mobile games? Are you kidding me? I'm over here dual wielding games right now. You guys just don't usually see my second monitor. Yeah. No, okay, look, I got no hatred toward mobile games. However, mobile games often go hand in hand with other things that I don't like, such as gacha mechanics, predatory monetization, NFTs, Bitcoin, crypto, things like that. Like, loot boxes. I'm not a fan of those things. However, there are some mobile games I enjoy. Like, I'm not one that's really, like, pulled in by the temptation of, like, the freaking store in a game. What I just showed you a second ago was Raid Shadow Legends. I did a sponsored stream for Raid years ago, and I got freaking hooked. I've been playing it ever since. I haven't been spending money on it. I can just ignore the store and just enjoy the free version of the game, and I'm fine with that. In the past, I've also spent quite a bit of time playing Clash of Clans. Over time, I spent maybe 20 bucks on that game just to get some more builders, but it wasn't required. I just chose to do it, and I felt fine with that. I didn't feel like I'd been cheated afterward. Kind of like, getting some quality of life stuff in Path of Exile, for 20 bucks, which helps you for the next 1,000 hours. No problem with that. Bloons TD6. I didn't even realize that game had a shop for tens of hours. I think they did it great in that game. They did it wonderfully. But, there's... If you have temptation, if you have a compulsive gambling, I wouldn't recommend touching Raid with a 10-foot pole. It's absolutely, they try to get you with that stuff. I could ignore it and just say, oh, it's a fun game if I just ignore this. But do I wish that they didn't do that stuff? Yeah, I wish they did not do that stuff. And of course, there's plenty of other mobile games that are kind of silly as well. That said, none of the mobile games that I'm talking about playing, like all of them are kind of like, it's more about planning than like high impact gameplay. So I will say, when I see people try to get into like competitive mobile gaming, I think that's kind of silly. It's like, there's that one, what is that one game? It's like League of Legends, but with a touch screen that they play on like mobile. They try to do like tournaments and stuff for it. I think that's kind of odd, because it just seems like they're just worse at Dota 2. It seems like that. I'm surprised no one's corrected me right now. I don't know I can't remember what that game was. The game, it's like a Dota type game, but it's on mobile, and they do like tournaments and stuff. And they're usually playing on like phones or iPads. Anyway, yeah. So no, I don't inherently hate mobile games. I play quite a few of them. However, I can't. There's definitely some aspects of mobile gaming that I think is poor taste. Wild Rift. No, Wild Rift came out after that. There's a new backpack in the gym store. What did you think of it? I'll check in a second. Do you have any recommendations of mobile games? I have played quite... Okay, hold on a sec. Hold on. Give me a minute. Okay. I'm getting my iPad. Most of the time when I play mobile games, I play them on my iPad when I'm on the Porcelain Throne. And what have I played on here that I've enjoyed? Clash of Clans was fun. Dominations was fun. It's kind of like Clash of Clans, but you build up a... I can't believe we're talking about this, but I don't mind sharing it. I think it's going to have to do an update. Dominations is like Clash of Clans, but you build up through time. Like, you do, like, Stone Age, and then, like, Bronze Age, and then, like, you know, Romans, and that, all the way up to, like, you know, Space Age, Atomic Age, stuff like that. So it's base building. If you like base building, Clash of Clans and Dominations were both fun. Let's see. Idle Heroes and Epic Summoners, if you just want to, like, kind of derp around and half pay attention, are both kind of fun. I haven't played them in months, but they're ones I've enjoyed in the past. Like I said, Raid Shadow Legends is legitimately a fun game as far as, like, planning and, like, strategy and stuff like that. But if you have any inclination to, like, spend money, don't touch it. Don't touch it. That one will try to get you. They will try to pull you in with all those predatory tricks. That's most of the ones that I'm really dabbling in right now. Is Guild Wars 2 dead? No, Soul 4. It's actually near the peak of it's near its peak. They released their not exact numbers, but they said that they broke their old records recently. So, you know, the game recently launched on Steam. It's had 2 expansions come out in the last 2 years, so it's doing very well for itself right now. I started playing 3 days ago, and I see people all the time, low-level zones. Yeah, the way the game works is, even in low-level zones, for example, this is the human newbie zone, a world boss spawns right there. So you'll see, like, level 8 people and level 80 people fighting shoulder to shoulder against the world bosses. So it keeps the even the old zones very alive because of the way that they do that. Do you think Guild Wars 3 will ever be a thing? I actually have a video on that, because I do have an answer for that, but it takes like 10 minutes to explain it. There's a link to it if you're interested in hearing my reasoning on that. Are there any new wings? The plushie Skyscale has plushie wings. Okay, hold on. Someone wants me to look at a backpack on the gem store. Let me see if I can find it. Giant folding fan backpack and glider combo. Okay, backpack. I feel like it's backwards. Like, one, this looks really cool. However, I feel like it's the wrong way. Because, like, there was a... Okay, I'm going to weeb out. There was a lady in Naruto who had a giant fan she used as a weapon. And because of that, when I think of person with giant fan, I think of her. And she held... Like, this thing is upside down from how she had it. And when she would actually surf on the thing. But this was the front, and that was the back. So I look at this, and I'm like, oh, it's backwards. And it's just because the only other time in history of my life that I've seen someone wielding a giant fan, it was the other way around. But the art of the fan itself is beautiful, but it looks like everything, it looks like this is upside down, and this looks backwards to me. Shoulder to shin if you favor Asura. Let's see. Whoa! 75% off of this. What does this include? Additional character slot, Heart of Thorns glider.
How would you know? I'm a potato. Where was I?
Mini Revenant Ritlock, Revenant Finisher, Mordremoth Bane Guild decoration. Oh, no, I don't need that.
Booty. Oh, I'm a potato.
I played Raid for a while, but getting to a clan is a problem. Like, missing out on some heroes makes it quite hard to progress in content. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. For, like, basically any time you get to a problem. Like, for example, There's a boss here. That his whole thing is he is severely debilitated when you hit them with the sleep debuff. However, the challenge for this room is to beat him with only heroes from these 3 factions. I do have a hero that has a sleep debuff. I don't have one from any of these 3 factions. I can't kill this guy. Now, this whole city thing resets every couple months. So yeah, I just cannot do that room this time. So yeah, there are times where you just can't do something because you don't have the right hero for it. It happens. But the thing is there is no like one hero solution for things. It's usually like, oh, I need a hero with taunt. There's 30 of them. Let me see if I have any of these heroes that has taunt. Yeah, I'm on EU right now. Is it better to buy the deluxe upgrades now than it is just to buy a character expansion? So if you need a character expansion, that is worth it. However, it is very important for people to understand, because I think this is misleading. Heart of Thorns Deluxe upgrade does not include Heart of Thorns. Okay? If any of you like need Heart of Thorns, don't be confused and buy this. This doesn't include Heart of Thorns. This is Heart of Thorns themed stuff. This is the stuff that came with the deluxe version of Heart of Thorns on top of Heart of Thorns. How's the latency on EU playing in NA? It's totally fine for anything PvE, because nothing in PvE requires reactions, you know, that fast. In PvP, it kind of hurts, because in PvP, someone might stun you, and you've got to, like, hit stun break, and then you'll go into a dodge within, like, a fraction of a second, or you're dead. And it doesn't respond fast enough for that. So I don't PvP on EU much, because that slight latency will get me killed. But overall, it's pretty good. Let's see. Yeah, dude, there's a ton of outfits. Did they just add all these on Christmas? Someone asks if there's any new wings. There's Black Wings Glider and Bloodstone Glider. Branded Wing Backpack. There's a few. The Guts Greatsword. Big old slab of iron. The scroll bar barely moves are going down so much on sale. Yeah, Christmas sale. There's a ton of stuff in here that's marked off. If you fancy it. Dude, those eyes. Is this bugged? Why is there like... It looks like there's the floating, there's like the eye flare there, and then also there on the side of my head. Is it trying to take the place of the Asura's giant ears? That's weird. I like it when they make a hood and the hood is loose, but when it's just like shrink wrapped against your head, I'm like, nah, I don't need the saran wrap look. Those are vents in the side of the hood. Vents, okay. The Shy Patch chair. Oh my gosh, there's so much. I like the Phantom hood even though it doesn't show the race face. I've used that for guide videos before. The Phantom hood has an interesting mechanic on it. Here, hang on a second. Okay, let me zoom in on my face a bit. Alright, let's do wardrobe, helmet, Phantom hood. Okay. Excuse me, sir? Do you mind? Alright. And then you do /talk. And if you look, the mouth of it moves with your mouth. I used this for a guide related to Halloween a few years ago. Some of you may remember it. So yeah, the /talk emote works with the Phantom hood. This is I think a good hood. Like it's like loose enough. It's not like, you know, really tight against your head. But yeah. I think what it does is it just like attaches the front of the hood to the face so that when the face does movements, it matches them. What's that hat? This one? This one's just wizard hat. Merry Abby's. Hey, Lazy! Thanks for the Convergence Monk. I had to AFK for dinner. Forgot to tell. You're welcome, Vengeful. Tamari from Naruto. Oh, yeah, Tamari. Yeah, Tamari was the one with the giant fan thing. Yes. Christmas present, by the way. Ah! Okay, rude. I'm still in heal mode. My DPS is moderate at best. Just got back from anti-migraine rest. Well, I hope you have no migraines. Everyone knows the muck hat. I mean the spoopy thing. Oh. Phantom Hood. Phantom Hood is the spoopy thing. I think it might be in the gem store right now. Search yeah. Phantom Hood skin. That's it. Very cheap. 160 gems. Poor Doyak. It shouldn't have been there. Hi, Muck. On the 10 types of infinite gathering tools, which are on sale on Gem Store? Which animation is best? Oh my god, what? Gather. Oh my gosh. Okay, so here's the thing. Number one, can you get the volatile thing on it? For example, if I click the Choya one, it does say it comes with a glyph selection box, so you can select volatile, that's fine. So you want to make sure it can get volatile on it. Which one has the coolest and the animation? I'm very much a function over form type of person. There are some of these, for example, the Consortium Harvesting Sickle has a bug with it. It harvests twice as fast. Now that's just the gathering. That's not chopping, that's not mining. This is just a gather item. You would still need to get a mining thing and a chopping thing. But this one has a bug with it. It does twice as fast harvesting. So that, to me, is a big contender for that. Is the Fused Molten Sickle is actually even faster than the Consortium one. So this is like the fastest gathering one. Anytime you see me gather, I have this as the animation because of that. The other two, there's not really a gimmick nearly as powerful for the other two, so you could get whatever you want. Again, though, you want to make sure that you can get volatile. Volatile would be the number one thing. Min-maxing the other stuff would be the number two thing. Hi. Thank you. Could I get a napkin when you come back? Consortium Harvesting, Firestone Logging, Unbound Mining for fastest animations. Yeah, the mining, the stuff that gives a slight increase to mining speed or foresting speed is very slight. It's not nearly as major, like it's fractions of a second. It's not nearly as major as the Consortium or Fused Molten Sickle. Skyscale Mining, good because of quickness. You can view the animations in the Gem Store preview panel, just click on them. Yeah, you can also do it from, if you go to Wardrobe, and you click on one of your tools, you can see it here. That's weird. It won't show the fused one. Okay, there we go. Thanks. I'll tell you no that. Thanks a lot. Yep. I also, for those interested in like min-maxing, if you want to get the most out of it, there is a link right there to a video I did on min-maxing gathering tools. There's a bunch of weird little fun stuff with them, and some people won't care about it, but it's the kind of thing where if you are, like, I farm my home instance every day. It takes me like 10 to 12 minutes to do the home instance and gather all my guild hall nodes and log into my alts and stuff like that. If I was doing it without having min-maxed those characters, it might take me, you know, over 20 minutes. So I basically min-maxed the character that I do all that gathering on, and that gives me back like 10 minutes of my day every day. Sandwich time? Actually, leftover pizza time. My son and I split a frozen pizza for dinner last night, and my wife brought me some of the leftovers back. Let me see if we can find something to get into while we're doing this, though. Yeah, I'm actually avoiding peanut butter right now. I got a root canal a week and a half ago. I've got a cap on one of my teeth back here. And on January 2nd, I think, I'm going in to get a permanent crown on it. And so I'm supposed to avoid anything, eating anything that's really sticky or really hard like peanuts. So peanut butter would probably be fine, but I'm avoiding it because I've got other options and it makes me nervous. That's kind of where I'm at right now.
I'm terrified to close my eyes out here.
Pizza is open face sandwich anyway. You're not wrong. Bluebell says, speaking of home instance, mine's now half full because of you. Ha! You're welcome. Click these links, yeah. My kid does that. Anytime my kid says you're welcome, like, I'm like, pass the salt. He'll pass the salt. I was like, thank you. He goes, you're welcome. Click these links. I'm like, you don't have any links. Keep the group alive. I'll be right back. I'm gonna stand in the fire just so you don't get bored. I haven't lost the thread, but do you have any priority notes for home instance or get what's easiest at that moment? Lloyd, I do, and I show it in the home building guide. I go over the priority nodes at the beginning. But like, for example, the very first one is the Aurelium node. It's free, it just requires an achievement, and it gives you Aurelium every day, which you can use to buy keys to then open the chest every single day. So that's one of the first ones in the priority. Ultra says, what's the best pass to get overall?
Look, it's the Tree of Birds. How are you?
I was thinking about Mistlock, but the permanent one's not on sale. For a very long time, Mistlock and Armistice Bastion and Thousand Seas Pavilion were the only ones in the game where when you use them to teleport to the VIP place, you could use them again to teleport back to where you were, which was really, really powerful for alt parking. However, they've added that feature to almost every VIP pass. I think with the exception of... I can't think of the name of it. Hang on. The one you got for free with Path of Fire Deluxe. What was it? What is this place, chat? Anyone remember the name of this? Lily of the Elon. Thank you. The Lily of the Elon does not have the ability to teleport you back to where you were, like the others do. But almost all the others do. So if you ignore that feature, what is the other features you might care about? Well, Thousand Seas Pavilion has a whole bunch of stuff related to fishing. The Mistlock has all the merchants and access to all fractals from in there. Also, Mistlock has faster travel. You can zoom around in there. You can fly and stuff like that. So it makes just, you know, anything you need is like within arm's reach. Very nice. So Mistlock's my personal favorite. The others, Armistice Bastion is inside the World v World map. The downside to that is it takes 2 loading screens to get out and go somewhere. 1 loading screen to get out of World v World and another to get to where you want to go. So that can be detrimental if that bothers you. But if you spend all your time in World v World, then Armistice would be the best one, for sure. But if you don't ever do World v World, you probably don't want Armistice. Is Lily of the Elon a new fragrance made by Musk? Nice. That didn't take too long. Asking because I'm thinking of rushing home instance. Yeah, Lloyd, again, I go for the free nodes first because they help pay for the following stuff. So the Aurelium one is one of the first ones. It's an achievement reward. And then if you get the big golden chest in your home instance, the Aurelium node is what allows you to open the chest every day. Alona was called that before Elon Musk grew into a human-shaped meme generator. Human-shaped meme generator. Yeah, Mislock's my favorite one. You have that special action key in there where you can just click anywhere in Mislock and just boop, and you just zip over to that spot. And then from there you can, you know, do whatever you need to do. It's just very fast travel. You can fly around in there. Everything you need is one click away. Oh, there he is! Just stacking might on the people around me. I would like to start playing yours too. What class do you recommend for me? Hello, Spooky. There really isn't a bad class, so the better question would be, how do you want to play? Do you want to be an archer? Do you want to shoot fire out of your hands? Do you want to be like a just guy with big muscles? Do you want to be a healer? Like what kind of style do you want? There's really no wrong answer. It just depends on what you're into. I'll review. Sorry about the repeated question. I typed that the same time with the first home question. No, you're fine, Lloyd. I was just trying to give you a thorough answer. You're totally fine.
Kill the flowers, disrupting the ley energy flow. Assist me.
I want to play melee AoE damage. Ironically, Elementalists can do that very well. If you've ever heard of a Spellblade in other games, Elementalists can do that. They can stand in the middle of a group of enemies and just be hitting all of them with just like, you know, many attacks per second. Just like swirling fire and wind and stuff around them. If you want to do it with like a more physical flavor, Warrior can obviously do that. Dragon Hunter, which is a type of Guardian, can do that.
Catch a ride on an updraft and attack. The rest of you, clear out those Mordrum snipers.
Did you see Yu Yu Hakusho live action? I only know about that because on my Twitter timeline, the clip of him dying. So, okay, really quickly, for anyone who doesn't know what it is, Yu Yu Hakusho, it's an anime. It is episode 1, guy gets hit by a truck. This was before Truck-kun. And he goes to the spirit world and you know, he has to make a deal to stay alive. The scene, apparently, of him dying in the live action is really brutal. Like, the truck hits him and, like, he bounces on the concrete and then the truck collides with him again and rolls over him and you see, like, the wheels, like, thump, and, like, it's bad. Like, I saw that on Twitter. I'm like, what the hell? Like, it was very graphic. Yeah, it was thump. I'm rousing all those people. Well, they fell. Now I'm just healing the air. Great. We beat the boss. He just doesn't know it yet.
No need. It's dying. We got it.
Isn't lightsaber NG build also good melee AoE? Yeah, NG makes a lot of use out of like grenades and bombs, so yeah, it's got AoE too. Spoiled the first episode match. Oh my god. Dude, when I first discovered anime existed, I was watching Adult Swim, which was late night Cartoon Network. And this was like, I don't know, 20 or 30 years ago. And I was exposed to Naruto, Bleach, One Piece, Dragon Ball, let's see, Outlaw Star, Trigun, Yu Yu Hakusho, Rurouni Kenshin. Like, dude, I didn't even know the word anime at that time. I was just like, wow, this stuff is pretty cool. So yeah, I saw Yu Yu Hakusho dying in episode what? Yeah, sorry, that was like 30 years ago. So the spoiler window's over. We trying to name the Toonami lineup? I'm just doing flashbacks. This is a flashback episode. Oh wait, I forgot about the mushroom. Oh. Big O. Big O. It's showtime. Yeah, I actually did a my mechanist in this game. My mech's name was Big O for a while. Did you watch Attack on Titan final episode? No, I'm behind. I was caught up on Attack of Titan for a couple of seasons, and then I completely forgot about it. I know the gist of it from people talking about it around me, but no, I haven't seen like the last season or two. I found it, Mug. I didn't know this was thing very different from the anime. You found what? Oh, yeah, Yusuke get hit by... Yeah, I'm not going to show that on stream. Like, it's brutal enough that while my stream is not set for mature audiences, I'm not going to show that. It's brutal enough. You guys can click the link if you want to see the live action version of Yu Yu Hakusho get hit by a truck like 4 times. Alright, that's the last treasure mushroom. Now I can eat. I loved all those shows for me as well. I'm watching the second season of Jujutsu Kaisen. I actually caught up on that the other day. I was like 3 episodes behind on JJK and I watched it the other day. It was really good. Really freaking good. Speaking of anime, someone just ran past me named Traw D Law. I haven't done part 2 of Soto yet. Where do you think the story goes from here? Were there any stories that can go to that don't involve dragons? Tons of them. Like, you know, Balthazar is one of the gods. What are the other 5 or 6 gods doing right now? I don't even remember how many there are. You know, what are they doing? What's going on in the mists right now? Oreen could throw Joko up, and then that could be a thing again. The different races could just not like each other. You know, we just had a Char civil war. The Char could fight the humans again. Like, there's always racial tensions in the game. Every single zone has, like, it has different things going on. Like, there's Asuras doing mad projects in Metrica. You could have one go insane. There was, you know, Sylvari. Well, I mean, we just had an insane Sylvari. There was Scarlet. But there's stuff going on that's like unfinished business in almost every zone. They could very easily take one of those and be like, oh yeah, in the years since you've been here, this got really out of hand. And then just fast forward to some, you know, absolute madness that's going on. Now, the Wizard Tower, like, this whole expansion was based off literally a tower that's been floating in Kessex Hills that they weren't sure what to do with for 10 years. And then just now they were like, oh, now's a good time. Get Felicia back in here. So they could easily just take one unfinished plot device from the last, like, decade or two and then expand upon that. They have the room to do so. Plus, this is also a case where no longer do you have writers trying to attach more story onto what previous writers did. But instead, the writers can do something just like a new chapter from the start. So it'll probably feel more cohesive. Like, we all know how Primordius and Jormag ended. And there was multiple reasons for that, but hopefully you get my point. And when they first came up with Primordius, I don't know if anyone that works at Guild Wars 2, when Primordius died, was there when they introduced Primordius to Guild Wars 1. It would not surprise me if every single person had been swapped out in that amount of time. So it's just like they were finishing a story that they were forced to finish because it had been going for so long. I've not done IBS yet. IBS had some cool, like the first half of IBS was actually pretty good. The whole like whispers thing with Jormag trying to like, you know, whisper in your ear. I loved that. The dark theme, the Bone Skinner, I thought it was really good. Like unironically, I thought it was really good. The music, the soundtracks were amazing. But the general consensus is that the second half of IBS was like really rushed. And they were just like, oh shoot, End of Dragons. And then they just like wrapped it up way too quickly. I won't say more than that, though, since you haven't played it. Pod. Half-baked second half kind of soured the entire thing for a lot of people. Yeah, like, I'm trying to be constructive about it, but yeah. Okay. Got a few bites left. There should be something big with Centaurs someday. The only thing I know with the Centaurs is there was that one important Centaur that the Revenants channel that's all about like healing. And was it Scarlet? No, not Scarlet. Is it Fowling? Kate's girlfriend killed a bunch of Centaurs and killed Kate's friend. And Kate was just like, well, I like her and she's hot, so I'll let it slide this time. Just stupid Kate. But that's the primary, that's most of what I know about the Centaurs, other than the fact that they're in like every human newbie zone. I can fix her, Kate. Yeah, pretty much. I'm waiting to get Tengus as a playable race. Keep waiting, buddy. Yo, dude, we were playing Age of Wonders 4 the other day, and we made a bird race and named him Tengus. And then we also made a goblin race, but gave him big wizard hats, so you couldn't see how messed, because they did not look like Asuras. But I picked goblins with big wizard hats, so you couldn't see their head very well, and then I named them Asuras. That Centaur's been dead since Guild Wars 1. I thought the one with the tablet? Was it Ventari? Dude, I remember one day a Revenant walked up to me and he's like, hello, sir. I come with you today with an important message to share with you. Can I interest you in a read from the Good Rock? And then he slammed down the Ventari tablet in front of me. And I remember bursting out laughing. Can I interest you in a read from the Good Rock? I really want to like AOW4, but I just much prefer my 4X games less feel like I'm playing a match. I just want to build a civilization. I'm also waiting for dwarves to come back. I don't know what happened to them, but I hope they're fine. Are you trolling, Lazy? I don't know if you're trolling. If they give us Tengu but not Kodins as a playable race, I'll be rioting. To be fair, people have been asking for Tengu for longer than we've known that Kodins existed. Thank you for the accessibility build for Herald. Sure. I hope it helped in some way. I'm almost done. Coden would be better. I think from a programming perspective, or like from an artist perspective, the Coden would be easier. Because for Tengu, you would have to like remake every single boot graphic in the game. Kind of like trolls in World of Warcraft. All of their boots are like anklets. New playable races aren't going to happen, period. Honestly, I don't think it's going to happen either. I think you're right. It's certainly possible, but it's been 10 years, and there's been no hint of them adding a new race to the game, or a new weapon type that wasn't already in the game. They've added, like, you know, this class gets a weapon that this other class had, but they've never added a new weapon type from the beginning. So, it would be cool to see them do that. I don't know if they ever will. There's a code in combat tonic. Yeah, there is. But again, it doesn't show, like, your equipment on it. So they didn't have to do, like, the art for how your equipment look on Kodans or anything. I don't see a problem with new races. Well, no, I mean, I don't think there's inherently a problem with it. It's just a matter of, do we think they're going to do it? Ventari died in 1180. WoW was already an old guy in the prophecies last 100 years after them. Still dead 122 years before the first Sylvari dropped. Who? Okay, I guess I'm thinking of the wrong one. The centaurs that were like Kate's friends, and then Fowling came and killed them. I was thinking Ventari was in that group, but I'm obviously mixed up. What new weapons should be added? I think all the existing weapons the Guild 2 covers every type. Oh my god, are you kidding me? There's not even, like, two-hand axes. There's not anything resembling a polearm. Like, I've been asked this before. If I could choose one weapon type to add to the game, I would say polearms, because that is so expansive. That would be spears, pikes, halberds, lucerne hammers, glaives. Like we have an underwater one-handed spear right now, but there are no, like, land polearms at all. There are spears in the game. There is an underwater one-hand pokey short spear in the game. There's not actual, like, polearms. Now, I mean, aside that, you could say some exotic stuff like nunchucks or something, but realistically, I think of practical weapons that were, like, used in fantasy times, I think two-handed axes and polearms are the main missing things. Ball and chain. I feel like ball and chain could be a, just like an item, like a graphic of an item that's like for mace. Like it could just use mace skills and then just like the graphic could be a ball and chain, but they would have to make it. Yes, great axe, please. Ventari died before Guild Wars 2. He was the one who planted the grove. Oh. Softo says, hey Muck, I've taken a few month break from Guild Wars 2, came back after recently trying convergences. Gotta say I'm quite confused. Do you have a video for that? I actually do. Boom. There you go. There's a guide to how to converge. Enjoy. Did you make a video explaining crafting in the game? Yes. I don't know if I have a command for that one though. That was a long time ago, but yeah, I do have a video for crafting. Hang on a sec. Craft. Oh, there you go. Hey, Zedge, thank you. There you go. We do have one. How about Quaggan is playable? The problem with that is Quaggans are little nudists. Everyone would be naked all the time. And I know some of us would have no problem with that, but I don't think ArenaNet would want to deal with how gear was going to work on those little beach balls. I think they might add new weapons in the next expansion. With what they said in the area, made a video about. Maybe. They definitely sounded like they thought they had a surprise for us, but I'm not sure what that surprise is going to be. Twitch doesn't have any problem with being naked. I mean, they banned a boogie for being naked. They have a problem. They don't have a problem with the hot people being naked. There's a big difference. Big difference. I'm missing scythes in the game. I know Necros have them. Their skins. I miss spinny scythes. Are you talking about from like the Dervish? Yeah, Dervish in Nightfall was spinning around with them constantly. Honestly, a scythe as a weapon is like, it's cool, but it doesn't look practical at all.
We've got a serious problem. What? Really? We're on it. Top men. You should know about the age. Really? Oh my gosh. Top men. Click. Go ninja. Go ninja. Go. Click. Click. Click.
No need for practicality when you look at it. Well, if you don't care about practicality, just use a staff with the scythe skin already in the game. Getting Dervish or Paragon would be pretty on my list of wants. Alright, if we're trying to say that we want to get back a class that used to be in Guild Wars, I'll take Ritualist. Did they fix the game yet when it comes to micro stuttering after 2 hours of playing? I've never experienced that. Don't be a fool. Join Quaggan. For a long time, I thought that We're On It was werewolves. I was very confused. Yeah, got it. Werewolves. Top men. Muck wants the big healer energy from Rit Monk. I actually, when I played Rit, it was like turret energy. I would summon lots of spirits and just swarm things. It was like pet build Rit. Ritualist is kind of sort of baked into Rev. Okay, well, it's sugar-free then because it sucks. Alright? If you played Rit, and then if you played Ritualist, and then you play friggin' Revenant in Guild Wars 2, it's like, wow, this is a crappy Ritualist. Like, most of the cool stuff is missing. Hey Mike, I've only played up to EOD. Can you give me a TLDR of your opinion on the Secrets expansion? I think I have a video of that somewhere. Yeah, I can talk about that for a minute. Secrets of the Obscure. It was pretty good. They, so, if everything in the story, Guild Wars 1, Guild Wars 2, Heart of Thorns, Path of Fire, and Into Dragons, all of that was the Dragon Cycle. And then, Secrets of the Obscure is outside of that. Secrets of the Obscure is like the chapter 1 of a new book. And it was pretty good. I'd say writing was like 8 out of 10 for me. I enjoyed it. It wasn't perfect, but I enjoyed it. The gameplay was fine. I don't really like the metas, but that is because the metas involved heavy use of the sky scale. And when you have 50 people on sky scale, just everything is just a blur of flapping colored wings. And it lags me out. So I don't like the metas here much because of just how much, you know, you've got just a swarm of people on mounts. That's that. I love the new strike missions. I love the new convergence. Those are both great. The maps are fine. I'm kind of indifferent on the maps. So story good, maps whatever. Don't really like the metas. Love the strikes. Love the Weapon Master training. Love the convergences. The Weapon Master training needs to be balanced though. When they added Weapon Master training, every elite spec got access to its other elite specs weapons, and every base build got access to all of its elite spec weapons. That added between 80 and 90 new weapon class combinations that weren't in the game before. 80 to 90. And tell you what, they weren't balanced. So, you know, day 2, we had Soul Beast using Druid Staff, killing people with Sikkim in PvP, or World v World specifically. We had Willbenders with Dragon Hunter Longbows one-shotting people. Every single Elementalist was using Weaver Sword and Tempest Warhorn because they worked really good together. And it was, like, nothing else even compared. Scourge was using Harbinger Pistol for doing 60,000 damage per second. That got nerfed in the next patch. So, I love those features, but yeah, they definitely needed to do more work on the balancing part. It's a blur of wings and ringing bells. Yeah. Yep. Do you think the World Boss portal device is worth it? It's nice to have, yeah. I mean, it depends on if you're going to do world bosses, but it tells you when they're up. You can port right to them, even if you're on a character that doesn't have waypoints. You can use it to give different characters waypoints if you need to. So it's nice for that. They should give Turtle Pilot access to missiles. Missiles. It's not impossible odds itself. It's up keeping 6+ energy drain to get quickness. Yeah, a while back they changed how Herald provides quickness, and now it's by having 6 energy being drained, you're pulsing quickness. So it's not just impossible. Yeah, it's not just impossible odds. It's just anything that drains 6 energy. I feel like Thief got really left behind with the Weapon Master training. Thief? I mean, I'll be honest with you, there were some classes that just getting access to the other weapons didn't affect them much. And then there's others where it was insane. I mean, on the bright side, I mean, look at the upcoming stuff. You're not engineer getting short bow. So, you know, look at the bright side there. Thief Axe was doing like over 60k on dummies. I'm sure they're gonna have to nerf that a little bit. It was too strong. At Muck, I'm stuck. I feel like I can't play the game forward before I learn the rotation of my character, but it feels so dull to try to learn that I won't even open the game. Any tips for learning rotation little by little playing the game? I feel like I can't move forward till I learn the rotation. So Sauna, I've got a bunch of low intensity build guides. So I'm gonna open up a link to them. So that right there, pick one of those. And the rotation is literally like hit these 3 buttons when they light up. And you're gonna, like, if you're using the right gear with the right stats, with the right weapon, with the right specializations, with the right traits, hitting just a couple of buttons is gonna be more damage than 90% of the player base. So, that makes like the rotation just like 2 or 3 keys. But that would be where I would start it out as, if that's what you want. Tara Good says, can you give any tips on free-to-play? Try things out. One thing you could do is once you get access to the PvP lobby, you can go into the PvP lobby, and while you're in there, it makes you level 80, and you can try out every skill that your character will eventually get, and see if there's any you want to look forward to. And see if like, oh wow, you know what? I'm going to train this skill first because this is really fun. I like this. I'll do this other stuff later. I don't care about these. You know, things like that. What is your character? My main character is a ranger spec'd into druid, so he specializes in like healing magic and stuff like that on other people. What about the add-on in Blitz that has rotations and a rhythm game format thing? I've never used that. I don't know what that is. I made a mistake playing Ellie casually. I finally got more characters, but need to unlock specs on those. Ellie was a tad too much for me. Is Soto a good expansion for someone who hates Zoja's voice? Well, okay, first of all, you can turn off dialogue of characters right there if you hate that. Second of all, although she is a main character in the expansion, it's not like you're with her every second of the whole thing. She's just one of the main characters. Muck's not wrong, I was shocked I was out DPSing majority of the player base yesterday. Yeah, Power Mech just presses 1 and does like 20k. Yeah. Blish has Dance Dance rotation plugin that helps you learn rotations as if it was a Guitar Hero or DDR. Alternatively, just don't care about rotation like 80% of the player base. I hate rotation. That's part of the reason I play support or tank. I had a mini I put up on, or a short video on YouTube the other day. And it was like me reviving someone that went down like 14 times in one fight. And it was just like a montage. And I was like, oh, they went down again. And I was frustrated because they kept doing stupid stuff. And then someone made a comment under the video. And they were like, this guy acts like it's hard to play healer. As if I was complaining it was hard to play healer. I was just mad the DPS was stupid. And I responded and I was like, that's not what this video is about. But since you asked, I do think it's more challenging playing the healer or the tank that are reactive and have to respond to situations than I think that hitting the same few buttons on a rotation on DPS is hard. I mean, DPS is basically like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. You're literally just doing a dance step and just make sure you don't stand in fire. That's it. Occasionally you have to click on like a Sabbatha cannon or something. There, yeah. I mean, some people love it. Some people are like I see green numbers and go, oh, and some people see red numbers and go, oh, like that just does it for them. It just doesn't do it for me. It just depends on the individual. But yeah, for example, when I do play DPS though, I prefer a priority system. Priority system is basically instead of going, oh, I need to do like, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It might be just like, okay, 5 is my most powerful skill. So I hit 5, if I have multiple things up, I hit 5 first. It's top priority. 4 is my second most powerful skill. If I have multiple things up and 5's on cooldown, I hit 4. Things like that. So I prefer a priority system. I do better than that, because like if you get stunned or something and things get out of sync, it's easier to get back into a loop with a priority system than it is with a rotation. The Ellie dance is hard, yeah. But you could do the same damage as Ellie on a different class and not be so complicated. I don't think the DD works all that well with rotations. I think it goes really fast. I think it goes vertically and not horizontally. DD? What? You mean Daredevil? No full auto in building. Heal Scourge. This is not full auto. Switches to Elementalist. This is full auto. Burr. Oh my god. Ellie was my second character, and I was also usually drunk playing at the time. It didn't go well. About a year ago, now sober, I went back to a better understanding of the game, and now it's my main. Oh my gosh. Friends don't let friends elemental drunk. I've never seen numbers driven. I always prefer to have the right tools to fix various situations that might come
One whole year.
And it's why I enjoy Firebrands so much, is they have so many of the tools to save a lot of encounters. That's why I enjoy my Druid so much in Pugs. Like, I have Ally's Aid that can res someone, I have Search and Rescue that can res someone, I have this Glyph that can res everyone over there. Like, this is very much like a Pug saver build. Like, yeah, a different group might kill Bone Skinner in 5 minutes, and my group might take 6, but we didn't ever wipe, and we were able to do it on the first try. Because I just keep peeling people off the floor and hurling them at the boss again. I love that. Vindicator is basically 5, 2, 3 repeat. Yeah, and burn some energy. I used to be Ellie healer staff, but people want me to play DPS. I prefer tanker healer jobs as well. Yeah. Kikaut says 1 whole year. Thank you, Kikauties. Appreciate you. Welcome. Reading that guy's name reminds me of a thing I saw yesterday that says, I'm going to start saying loot crates like it's some ancient philosopher just to piss people off. And I was like, Lootcrates? Ah, yes, Lootcrates. I love Lootcrates. Then again, the current Condi Hammer Tempest is easy 45k bench. 45k, wow. You could also play this fire only 37, 38k. Do you need to buy other expansions to be OP? Sorry, I'm new at the game. No, Terragood. Each expansion adds more options. So you get to max level with just the core game. And then, for example, Heart of Thorns adds Druid to Ranger. So you can stay a Ranger and do damage, or you could swap to Druid and heal people. It's another option. However, Path of Fire adds Soul Beast to Ranger, which admittedly is a bit more damage than Core. So if you're playing the core game and you're a Ranger and you do damage, and your friend is a Path of Fire Ranger that does damage, he would do a little more than you because there was more tools in Path of Fire related to damage dealing. So it will have an effect. It's not going to be this like just one-sided, completely overpowered thing. But yeah, you know, the different builds were made possible in different expansions. Do healers also act as tanks? In this game, usually. Like 90% of the time. So first of all, this game, the AI of the mobs in this game are smarter than the mobs in like World of Warcraft. In World of Warcraft, you can have some gnome with pigtails just spamming taunt on Onyxia, and Onyxia will stay hitting it for 10 minutes and will never go after anybody else. That doesn't happen in this game. In this game, if something wants to just suddenly switch targets, it will. So basically, if one person's getting focused, they might, you know, back away or heal themselves while everyone else hits the monster in the back. And if the monster turns, then you adjust. It's kind of like a bunch of people swarming a Dark Souls boss. However, the end game raids are some of the only content in the game where you really need a tank. And yes, usually you have 2 healers and one of the healers is the tank at the same time. Why should someone play Guardian versus Revenant? They have different tools. So Guardian, it depends on, first of all, Guardian is very broad. A Guardian can be a Willbender, a Dragon Hunter, or a Firebrand. Willbender is huge damage and can provide alacrity to his teammates. Dragon Hunter is just huge damage, but it's extremely bursty. Like, they do a massive amount of damage in the first second of a fight, and then it kind of goes down and then, you know, levels out to catching up to everybody else. But if you need a fight where you need huge damage at the beginning, Dragon Hunter is exceptionally good at that. And then Firebrand is kind of like a guy with a toolbox. He has a million tools at his disposal. And knowing, you know, once you've got practice with it and knowing which one can help in any situation, they are very, very robust with their kit. Revenant, you can channel 2 legends. It's like dead people. But you can only change your legends out of combat. But in combat, you can swap between the 2 you have selected at any time. So if you know a fight well and swap to the appropriate legends before the fight starts, you can always have fantastic tools for that fight. So like Dwarf Stance can give your group stability. Demon Stance can rip buffs off of enemy bosses. Assassin Stance usually does good damage. Ventari Stance can put up a big bubble that blocks projectiles almost forever and also heals allies. So it just depends on how you want to play. But like Revenant and Firebrand both feel like they have a tool for everything, but they need to know before the fight starts which tools to bring. What is Alacrity? Alright, so Alacrity is a buff in the game. There's 2 buffs in the game that people consider to be the most important. Quickness makes anything you do faster. For example, if you look, you see I'm just throwing an axe right now. You see this little cast bar? Now I'm gonna hit this button which gives me quickness for a few seconds. Watch that cast bar. Alright. Look at it now. It's 50% faster. And so having someone in your group pumping out quickness is incredibly desired by most teams. Now the second thing is, quickness is just any action you do, the animation is faster. All right, Alacrity, I wanna give myself Alacrity for a second. You see right here, it says skills recharge faster. So I'm going to, you see the skill here? The number on it's written in green, it's cooling down more quickly. So basically, anything that has a cooldown will come back off of cooldown faster. So a 20-second cooldown will become a 16-second cooldown if you had Alacrity on you the whole time it was cooling down. So quickness, you fire abilities and spells faster. Alacrity, they come off cooldown faster. So having one person in your group that provides everyone with the Alacrity buff and one person in the group that provides everyone with the Quickness buff are very, very standard. TLDR use overloads fire. Ranger or Engineer, which do you prefer? I mean, it's going to be based on who you ask, but for me, Ranger. /age. I have got 5,700 hours on this character, and I have got 8,400 hours in the game. And so most of what I've played is Ranger. Engineer is my second most played, though. I like the Q&A. If you guys got any other questions, go ahead and hit me up. I'm fine just chatting. Ellie Hammer Catalyst is my main. Nice. What's a Mukluk? It's a me! A Mario. It's also a shoe, I've been told. Yeah, Ninja's not the only one with their merch in a Walmart. Best way to make liquid gold? There's so many ways to make gold in this game. You can do daily raid or weekly raids, daily strikes, daily fractals, farm in silver waste, running in circles of dragonfall, fish and sell ambergris. There's so many things. I will show you. This right here is a link to how I get my gold because I can't stand doing any of that. I can't stand farming, and I'm not good at flipping stuff on the trading post. I have a routine, which is just a list of things that you can only do them once a day, but they give a lot of money for 2 seconds of work, and I just go down that list and do that each day. It takes me about 10 minutes. There's a link to it if you're interested. Are you the lucky version of the Pokemon? The less toxic version of the Pokemon. Talking of Q&A, when is the plan to answer the patron Q&A? Just so I can think of more questions. I need to do it soon, so before the end of the month, so like within the next 4 days. CM99 Fractal, what is an acceptable uptime of quickness output? CM99, what is 99 now? They keep changing it. Is 99 Sunqua now? I think 99 is Sunqua. I mean, basically anytime the group is hitting the boss, you should have quickness on the party. Like, that's it. Like, people will understand if buffs fall off of the group while you're all running around the room dealing with some annoying mechanic, right? But if it's time to be attacking, you need all the buffs to come back up. You need to you know, have them all back on the party. Mug, does Li Bladesworn exist? Are you kidding me? Bladesworn itself is Li. They charge and then wait like 10 seconds and then hit attack. Is there a blade? I'm sure there is. I don't know that I have a guide for Li Bladesworn. I think with the last warrior guide I did was Li Spellbreaker. Bladesworn, I'll say in terms of keeping Alacrity on its team, it's probably easier than every other class in the game. Because when they provide Alacrity, it lasts like 10 or 20 seconds and it hits the whole zip code. They don't have to get near you. They just have to occasionally hit Dragon Slash. And keeping Alacrity up is really easy on them. Erolozen says I'm wrong. There's no such thing as Li Bladesworn, not even remotely. Really? Okay. You know what? I don't main warrior, so maybe I'm just wrong on that. I'm an outsider looking in. 100% immune having quickness during downtime on Ninja. Muck, what would you do with the Ascended Rings drop I'm not using? If you're 100% sure you'll never need them, salvage them. Use an Ascended Salvage Kit on them. Don't let them take up space. But if you think they might be useful on another character, throw them in your bank. Your other character can take it. 10 seconds a lack on Bladesworn. 10 seconds a lack baseline per application. You know how much I give per application? Hang on a second. All right. 1 1/4 second. You got it on Easy Street, buddy. I do 2 seconds with max concentration. So you with max concentration is 20 seconds per application of Alacrity. Yeah, kiss my small Lucerne Heine. Mug, one of these days I'm finished building my druid and I got face to face with the absolute horror that is playing a lack druid. It's actually unplayable. What would you think would be a good change to make it feel better to play? Revert the changes to make something like every X number healed gives 6 seconds of lack. What's up, Whiskey? I mean, it's absolutely playable. For people willing to play it in the current way, it is top tier. And because it is top tier, they're probably not going to listen to feedback that's going to change that, I don't think. Now, in terms of fun and how reactive a healer it is, I'm not a fan of it. Because, like, for example, when I go into Astral, this becomes a mass res. But while in Astral, I need to give Alacrity to my party. So I'm just going to hit some buttons here. Now I leave Astral, okay, I gave some people Alacrity, and then someone goes downstate, I can't use this because I can't go Astral. I have to burn the same cooldown that saves people's lives in order to give people buffs. So if someone needs their life saved right after I give them a buff, I'm like, oh, sorry, I buffed you recently, and then I just watch them die like they owe me money. So I don't know, like, Lingering Light Druid feels really, really good to play, but it doesn't provide Alacrity, so people won't let you in groups. So you'd have to find someone else to give Alacrity if you did that. But I don't know, I honestly feel like the Astral Power system needs like a revamp from the beginning. It's like, I'm playing an Elementalist, but I can only change elements when this bar is full and this is off of cooldown, rather than just when it's off of cooldown. But yeah, I would love to see Alacrity not attached to the astral form at all, but they don't listen to me, so that's just my opinion. Don't forget to attune the ring before salvaging. Oh, yes. When you salvage an ascended ring, you get loot based on how many sockets it has. Infusion slots it has. So you see, like, that ring has 3 slots. So you get 3 times the salvage as a normal ring by salvaging that. So if you attune a ring, it adds another slot to it, and then you get more when you salvage it. Good afternoon, Mug. Hey, Smash, how you doing? Probably not the biggest fan of how Bladesworn handles Gun Saver, but yeah, the Alac is easy, even after it has a resource cost cooldown 1 skill. Yeah. Plus the range. We've talked about this before. Do I still have the rings? Hang on a second. Blish HUD, manage modules, distance rings. Okay. This is the range that most of my stuff gives alacrity to other people. This is how close I have to be to people to buff them in most situations. When a Blade Swarm slashes, it gives buffs to that area. So mine lasts 2 seconds, yours lasts 20, and I have the little range, you have the big range. Like, look, I know Bladesworn's not perfect, but as a Druid main, just in terms of alacrity upkeep, I look at that and I'm like, wow, that's easy street. Like, I have to go over and make sure that people are, like, within hugging distance constantly, and also I have to reapply it, like, 10 times as often. Same with Herald 600, sweating quick to the party. Yeah, Herald also hits that huge area. I use my Herald to farm my home instance because of the perma quickness. What's your opinion on Alac Heal Tempest? It is functional, I don't enjoy it. Honestly, when Druid got Alacrity attached to Astral, I had a bunch of people message me that saying, now you know how Elementalist feels. Because they have to basically spam overloads to provide Alacrity. And overloads have a really long casting bar, so if anything gets in the way of that, it can be problematic toward keeping Alacrity on the group. Like if anything unexpected happens. Wish they didn't bolt every trait and boon to the burst skill. Bladesworn is the most selfish Alac giver, high DPS and no outward boons other than the Alac. Why don't you do this on stream, Mr. Mac? Why don't I do what on stream, Rack? Lightning says, what's your favorite festival in the game? Either Halloween or Super Adventure Box. I don't like playing Super Adventure Box, but I love the graphics of the loot from there. All the 8-bit stuff. I think it's cool. I'm struggling to get fast XP for hot masteries. Is there something you can do to quickly level those? Wombus, for when I needed hot masteries, I basically just did a meta or 2 in Heart of Thorns each day for like a week until I got them all done. I didn't like sit down and try to grind them because I just didn't like doing that. But like for example, Auric Basin happens every 2 hours on the dot. So I just joined that very, at least once a day, and I made a lot of money and eventually got the thing done. What would be a classic class or spin you would like to see added to Guild Wars 2, like a true Paladin, Warlock type class, etc.? Guild Wars 2 has more classes, more class fantasy than like any other MMO I've ever played. Like, we've got 9 base classes and 27 elite specs. And some of them are kind of dumb, but some of them, like Chronomancer. I would, if I had been playing this game when it was just core Mesmer, before they announced Chrono, I would have never guessed they were going to add someone who controls time dilation. That's pretty cool. That's very original of them. That's pretty neat. The Mirage, honestly, Mirage just feels like Mesmer with extra Mesmer. Virtuoso is kind of cool. The clones have changed from people into weapons. So it's just like, you'll get to Babylon. And then they shoot a bunch of weapons and stuff. Like, there's a lot of different class fantasies already in the game. As far as true Paladin, I feel like that's just Guardian. Guardian is Paladin. A Warlock type class. Warlock, like someone who deals with demons, maybe someone who like channels Cryptus or something. Could be interesting. There definitely, we don't have anything exactly like Warlock. Tempest Overloads aren't terrible. I do prefer this before leaving an element over pressing 5 list buttons on cooldown on other classes. If you like adventures, doing a bunch of them daily also gives a ton of XP. Waiting on Paragon, Dervish, Monk, and Ritualist. Yeah, Ritualist. Oh, I think Monk was sort of baked into Guardian at launch, but I would love to see Rit. Mesmer in the first place is very unique in class selection. Yeah. The only other other MMO I've played that had something similar to Mesmer was EverQuest 2 had EverQuest had an enchanter. In EverQuest 2, the enchanter could become a illusionist, which was all about illusions, or a coercer, which was about like mind control an enemy and make it hit another enemy. Those are the closest things I've seen to Mesmer in my gaming experience. Revenant with Cryptus Legend, that could be neat. Revenant is similar to Warlock, bond with powerful extra-dimensional beings for power. I think Warlock is quite similar to Necro, isn't it? I think Revenant is closer. Necro is more about using power over death. Warlock is like make a deal with the devil. Code of the judge, code of the jury. What exactly is a healthcare server? It means I'm on EU right now, Jeff, because North America doesn't have healthcare. Did you play Guild Wars 1 in the past? Yes, but it did not hook me in as much as Guild Wars 2 did, but I did play it in the past. I would love something like a bard. Oh, that's good. Bard would be good. There is, there was a very, very cool bard class in my time at EverQuest and EverQuest 2, and there's nothing like it in Guild Wars 2. That's true. Bard is a good selection. True Wizard is kind of missing in Guild Wars 2. Closest we have is Ellie and Mesmer. True Wizard. Yeah. Ellie, I don't know. If you want your class fantasy of Wizard to be stand really far back and cast Fireball, that's definitely not in the game. Almost all Ellie builds are like close range and then like shapeshift into a blender and just rip people apart. But if you don't want to be close range, well, tough luck. Mesmer does have a bunch of laser beams that they fire out of a greatsword. Also, hello, Sind. Give Mesmer bow, make it a bard that would fit great with the illusion theme. Firestar Valley, wish I could play a Monkey Wars.
Sublime!
Hi, Vandal. Hi, Master Jesus Christ. By the way, I just got my prototype position rewinder, now can farm chest faster in Biora thanks to the sales talk. You're welcome. Hello, Mug, your tutorials have helped me so much. Keep doing what you're doing. Hello, Joan. Thank you for the kind words. This is not D&D. What should Bard do? Boon you up? Every boon DPS or heal boon is Bard then. So when I played EverQuest and EverQuest 2, Bard in that game had more buffs and abilities than like any other class, but each buff that they would cast lasted like 5 seconds. So like now I'm not saying Guild Wars 2 needs this, I'm just telling you a story right now. So what you could do is like, you hit 1 and you start the song that increases your whole party's mana regeneration. And then you press 1 again and it turns it off and it will last for 5 seconds. Then you press 2 and you play a song that increases everyone's critical strength damage. And you press 2 again and it turns off. So if you did 1-1, 2-2, 1-1, 2-2, 1-1, 2-2, and you just keep doing that, 2 things would happen. 1, you would get carpal tunnel. 2, you would be giving your party 2 songs at the same time. That was called twisting. Now, a really good bard could keep 3 or 4 songs on the party at the same time. Just 1-1, 2-2, 3-3, 1-1, 2-2, 3-3, 1-1, 2-2, 3-3. And the party would just be jacked. Like, these were way more powerful than other buffs, but they required constant maintenance. And the whole time the bard is actively, like, swinging a weapon at the same time while he's, beatboxing. Now, he could put the weapon away and get an instrument out, and it would make the songs stronger, but it wasn't required. He could just, get in there with 2 swords and start swinging while, twisting the songs and stuff. But yeah, it was pretty cool. They had a massive selection of things to choose from. They were like the ultimate group character. They could do a little bit of everything, and they were great to have around. But there's not really anything like that in this game. No. I think the closest would is that Hulk, by the way. That is Hulk. I think the closest would be when we had the Enchanter, and it would have like you could pick if you wanted to give your group Alacrity or quick. Like it was, people called it Chrono Jail because every group had to have a Mesmer. I said Enchanter, I meant Mesmer. Every group had to have a Mesmer, and a Mesmer provided all the buffs. That was similar to Bard vibes. The piano keys, you know, broke
Merry
my fingers
New Year,
playing
Muck.
Flash builds of Path of Exile. Why would you think Herald has anything to do with Bard? Yeah, I don't really see the connection there either. Merry New Year. Hey, Chopperty. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. Bard class with Guitar Hero minigame. Way too dank. World of Warcraft made that joke. Hold on. World of Warcraft Bard April Fools. Yeah, this was it. World of Warcraft for April Fools one year, they announced that they were adding the Bard class, and this was the screenshots that they added to, that they showed us. Sadly, it wasn't real. But yes, that has been joked about before. Alright, with Quick and Alack Chrono was our Bard, yep. Bard is Mesmer since launch. Really love the Ritualist from Guild Wars 1 this time I got added to Guild Wars 2. Yeah, they took like some aspects of Ritualist and added it to Revenant, but in way worse form. So like, the Revenant can summon the spirits, like especially Renegade can summon the spirits, but then the spirits are just like, and then they leave. They're just like dumb cats. Like they're almost, like for example, in PvP, I know the one that his name is like Doug Darkraiser. Like I just remember it starts with D, he does days. Doug does days. The others, I can ignore all of them. None of the other spirits do anything worth remembering. That's it. As long as I watch out for Doug, the other spirits do not matter. They all suck. Revenant is barred by Lord. He could channel the spirit of old composers. That's like saying he's a master at baking because he can channel his dead grandma and make cookies. I don't think it's exactly the same. In Dark Age of Camelot, there was a bard in every party because they had run speed, so the bard would run to wherever the group had to go and the whole group in stick, with the whole group in stick. Yeah, I didn't play DAOC enough to see that, but EverQuest, the bard had the fastest run speed in the game. He had a song called Celos Accelerando, and he would start playing that song and just... I think we buff within range of the bard. Weapon choice is similar, possibly more martial than hybrid though. Yeah. Going to dinner, have an awesome stream. See ya, goddess. Look out for Doug, he'll daze you all the way to the Dimmadome. Yeah, I didn't pay attention. Have we acknowledged the dope Hulk cosplay yet? Yes, I did. I did. Merry Christmas. Muck may bring more than happiness to you and your family. Thank you, Mad Dan. Appreciate that. Bard was the puller, the buffer, and the crowd control. Depends on the level of content. Monk was the best puller in EverQuest because of the Feign Death pulling trick. But Bard was it was like having everything in the party. Like he'd make everyone's mana regen faster, health regen, more damage output from the songs. He could play a mesmerize song to stun lock people that you did not mean to pull so that they would wait their turn, stuff like that. A real summoner would be cool, absolutely. I don't know if now they could change, but in the past they've said that they don't want a pet build where most of the damage comes from the pet, which feels really weird to me, but they have said that before. But we will, it would be cool to see them change that. Because it was actually after that they made the Mechanist, and I was like, wait, what? I thought they hated pet builds, but they just made another one. But then they just made it, like, die in water, so there's that. Going to look up the page, a real summer would be cool. Next Necrospec needs to have the ability to, like, PoE's Raise Spectre. Yeah, Guild Wars, okay, Guild Wars 2 Necro, I enjoy playing it, but not as a pet build. As a pet build, the Necromancer in Guild Wars 2 is pretty bad, I think. Guild Wars 1, yo, Minion Mancer was one of my top 2 most played classes. Minion Mancer in Guild Wars 1 was crazy. It was like, there was like no limit on the number of monsters you made, but they each needed a corpse, and they decayed over time. So it's like, if you're killing slowly, you could only keep 1 or 2 of them up, but if your group was like, just killing fast, you could summon more and more and more, and it was like a snowball effect. And as long as no one went AFK and you didn't stop, you could just like tear through the entire instance with like 20 of these things. So it was like your group carried you for the first 5 minutes, and then you carried them for the next 20. It was crazy. Pet build where damage comes from pet, isn't that the pet class fantasy? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. You had to sack your health to heal them. Yep, there was a skill called Blood of the Master where you gave up a little bit of health and they all got some health back, and you did that to extend their life because they naturally decayed. There's a limit, but it was like 12 or something depending on the build. It was whatever the limit was, if you reached it, you were tearing through the level, whatever it was. If Guild Wars 2 added Ascension, what would you want to play as a hybrid? What do you mean when you say Ascension? Can you be specific? Like in Diablo 3, Ascension is you just turn into like an Archon. Unfortunately, I don't think Aiden is going to make a good minion build until they do something about botters, so never. I think an unarmed or fist weapon would be interesting. True. Only second gets to say Guild Wars 1 Ascension is the second class. Oh, you mean just like a hybrid class? I don't know. A dual class system in this game, I don't think they would do it. That would completely change the game. Like, it's fundamentally, it would change the game from what it's been for the last 10 years. I don't think they would do it. However, if they were going to do it, it would depend on how the hybrid worked. Like, would we just use 2 specializations from one class and then 1 specialization from another? I don't know. Can you have 2 elite specs? Could you be Mechanist and Druid? I mean, it would totally depend on the rule set. Herald / Scourge, yeah. The balance would be a nightmare, yeah. They have a set a limit on minions now in Guild Wars 1 at 11, but back in the day there was no real limit if back. I might have played it at that time. It's also why Guild Wars 1 to balance. Well, also Guild Wars 1 had like over 100 skills for each class. So there was a lot of stuff there. Mugs get to the point, vids for raids are required, watching for my static group. Bluebell, keeping me in business, 1 raid at a time. Thank you, Bluebell. Actual cross-class seems unlikely, yeah. Elite specs feel like they dip into other specs fantasy some, not fully, but similar to that multi-class. Yes. Like, for example, a ranger, when a ranger becomes a druid, that's very different. Like, you know, the ranger's basically a, you know, maybe solo, run around on my own, or a damage dealer. Druid is support and heals. Although they did recently add like a poison druid, it's mostly just like I buff the absolute hell out of people around me and give them tons of healing to keep them alive, which is very different from base ranger. And some of them, like if you take the same example, you take a ranger and you go soul beast, you go from doing damage to more damage. Okay, whatever. But then like if a guardian becomes a firebrand, again, very different. Guild Wars 1 had 1,200 skills, all classes combined. Yeah, not surprised. Mahio says, do you think they'll add in new elites, and when do you think they would add a new one? Mahuyo, they just recently, for Secrets of the Obscure, that was the first expansion that they released that did not add new elite specs. And they said that in an interview, they said, are you not planning on doing that ever again? And they said, we're not going to permanently close the door on that. We might again in the future, but no more at this time. And honestly, I don't blame them. I'll be honest, when new expansions come out, new elite specs are my favorite part, okay? If there's anyone here that's like, oh man, I missed those, I'm with you. I agree with you. But I completely get the it's a nightmare to balance thing. Because, like, you know, anytime I dip into PvP, I usually play until I get a game where someone's one-shotting people, and then I take a break, because I get frustrated and mad. No, it's definitely, the balancing has probably been an absolute nightmare for them, for sure. And it can launch new skills to us to hunt, like in Guild Wars 1. I don't miss Signet of Capture. Okay, so the way that worked, for anyone who didn't play Guild Wars 1, imagine that you could change a skill on your bar to a button called Signet of Capture. And then that skill's locked in and you start a dungeon or a fractal and you can't change that skill. So basically you're down a button. And then you get to a certain boss and that boss does an ability you want. And you use Signet of Capture on it. And if it has a skill of your class, after you've beaten the boss, the Signet of Capture is lost and you gain the skill that the boss used on you if it was a ranger skill in my case. But sometimes it was like you had to pull up a wiki and find this boss that was 10,000 miles away in order to hunt down the thing you wanted because your necromancer wants to be able to cast Flesh Golem. I'm going to be honest, I don't miss the Signet of Capture system. I would be totally fine if that does not come back. One-shot builds tend to be the turn-offs? Yeah, absolutely. I think the best compromise is to add in more weapons for each class with each expansion. Possibly, the issue that we'll face there is Warrior almost has them all. So if every expansion they add one new weapon to everybody, in like 2 or 3 expansions, Warrior's full. Unless they're like, in the next expansion, everyone gets a new weapon except Warrior, we gave you guys a makeover to maces because your maces suck. I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud. But Warrior almost has all of them. So this plan of a new weapon each expansion works for like 2 or 3 more. Add spears and non-water. Thank you. Yes, I constantly say that. Give us pole arms. Yeah, if they just had an animation for like, you know, just a 2-hand, that could be used with spears, pikes, halberds, lucerne hammers, glaives. There's so much you could do with that animation if they added that. Warrior gets quadruple mace. Yeah, they just get Goro arms. You have a point about City of Capture, but I share your dream about Collision and World v. World. Now, I'm not even asking for World v. World to get a permanent change. I just think it would be funny for like a weekend. You guys know how we have like no downstate weekends? And Fractals have that one instability where there's a unit collision between players. It's like, was it social anxiety? I would love to see that in World v. World for a weekend and just watch all the blob. Oh, hello. Oh, hang on just a second. Let me do this. What's up? You are being very patient with boy. Yes, you are. Okay, he's squirming. He's squirming. Why would you drop him on me? Why wouldn't you put him down on the ground? I tried. You tried poorly. You're like, here, it's an angry cat, and you just dumped him on me.
He was squirming towards you. He wanted to be with you.
He wanted out of your arms.
He wanted to kick you.
Okay, hold on. I'm wrapping up, and then I'll come play with you in a bit. Hang on. It was only your fault. The servers can't handle it. They probably can't. I'm just saying, look, I use World v. World to sell people copies of this game. It is a great game mode. However, I think when you have 50 people standing on a dime, all phased into each other, that looks really stupid. And just as a gamer, I think that's dumb. All right? In PvE, when you got 50 people standing on a dime, all hitting the dragon in the front left foot, I equally think that looks dumb. Like the crazy battles are when people are scattered all over the place. But unfortunately, like the boon system and damage distribution, it encourages people to all stand on a dime. I would love to see a weekend where there's unit collision in World v. World. So, like, you know, Guardian puts up a bubble to block incoming arrows, and it can only cover 5 people, and the other 45 are like, let me in! And they're banging on the side of the bubble. They can't fit inside it. I would love a rotating buff to old maps to funnel people there. Yes to main Hidden Warrior for shield. Oh, that'd be like how I played Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I dual-wielded shield through most of the game. Unit collision or uncapped AoEs. Uncapped AoEs, that would increase the damage so much. Right, so most AoEs right now when you do them, like when I do this heal, this hits 5 targets maximum per tick. But it can heal 5, and then if those are full, then it will heal a different 5, and if those hit full, it'll heal a different 5. Uncapped AoE, you're saying it'll hit like 50 targets? I think the cannons are uncapped. I'm pretty sure the cannons on the walls are uncapped. I think they hit 50 targets. Turned in during a match so everyone gets heated. Yes. Collision, oh god, I'm on vacation. Don't give me a nightmare thinking about how impossible that would be to implement. No, I mean, I'm not a programmer, but clearly they just need to go to social awkwardness and hit copy and go to World v. World and hit paste. It's not that bad. All the programmers screaming right now. Watching your playthrough Valhalla made me cry with that. Zoro Warrior 3 swords. Yeah, that'll be it. When Warrior has no more weapons to get, they'll just get a 3rd sword they hold in their teeth. Just copy paste. That's what most of them do from GitHub. Yeah. Yeah, that's the difference between artists and programmers. And I'm not saying this is a bad thing. You know, artists are like, hey, this guy used AI, he copied my work. This is bad. A programmer will go to another programmer and be like, hey, I copied your code. And the second programmer is like, that wasn't my code. Ask any of them. Dude, they will just freaking admit it. They're like, yeah, no, that wasn't mine. I copied it too. Stack Overflow, thank you very much. Exactly. Do it from scratch? Are you insane? No. No, we're not doing this from scratch. It's basically done client-side because it doesn't really need to be server accurate. Artists refuse to admit they copy other artists. No. I'm not endorsing the AI that's like being trained on people's work. I also think that's a bad thing. Just trying to make people laugh. That's all. Why would you do that? That code's terrible. I used your code. Can you explain me line 15? It doesn't have any comments. No, I can't. Client side, that'd be views by hour. When I studied web design programming, they tell you Google the code, leave me alone. More like my code works, question mark. Oh, man. I'm reminded of an old joke. I'll say this to wrap things up. There's a few teachers that are on a plane, and they're like professors, and it's getting ready to take off. And the flight attendant gets on and is like, hey, we have a surprise for you all. And they're like, yeah? And she's like, yeah, this aircraft was actually completely designed from the ground up by your students. And all the teachers except one start screaming and panicking. They get up and they're trying to run out and get off the plane.
You got mail.
And they turn to the last teacher and they're like, why aren't you panicking? And he's like, I know my students and I have absolute 100% faith that this will not get off the ground. And there you go. With that, chat, thank you guys for a wonderful morning stream. I'm here all week, literally. I will be here every evening and every weekday morning. If you wish to join me, I'll be back in about 5 hours. YouTube viewers, like and subscribe. Twitch viewers, hit the follow button. I have 2 YouTube channels. This is them, and special thanks to the patrons. They're awesome. They get special perks. There's a link to that if you want it. With that, I am going to play myself out. I will look for someone to raid in case any of you want to watch more Guild Wars 2. And I will wrap up the, let's see. Oh my gosh, my sister Lorenity is not live this time. I guess we'll raid Noxxi.
Oh, that's just the...
What is she doing right now? It looks like some very degenerate VR stuff. All right, we're gonna make this as awkward for Noxxi as possible. We'll raid Noxxi. Noxxi's, of course, my wonderful Hungarian video editor. She makes all the memes and stuff on my channel. I will see you guys on the other side. And YouTube, y'all take care, and I will be back in about 5 hours if you wish to join me. See ya!
Life is a trial.